So this workshop name is AGILE workshop. So agenda of the workshop, what you are going to learn in this workshop. See, this workshop is the main objectives of the workshop. How a software project can be delivered using traditional software development practices, how a software project can be delivered using traditional software development practices, how a software project can be delivered using iterative, agile, scrum practices. So how a software project can be delivered using iterative, agile, scrum practices. So this is the main outcome of the session. And so detailed breakup of the session, what exactly you are going to learn. So there are so many non-IT people in the room, freshers in the room. So I'm going to start from very, very basic and scratch level. So what is software project? What is software project? Why process is important to deliver software project? See, till now, you might have joined Java, Python, React.js, testing, DevOps, different subjects. Or in future, you are going to learn some subjects. So all speak about mainly technology perspective. So I'm going to mainly talk about in this session. Mainly, I'm going to talk about why process is important to deliver the project. So to build a software project, not only technology, not only application technologies like front end, back end, middleware, web services, process is also important. So I'm going to explain you why process is important to deliver a software project. Why process is important to deliver software project. So this is the objective of the session. So what is software project? Why process is important to deliver the software project? So what is SDLC? Software Development Life Cycle. So what is SDLC? Software Development Life Cycle. What are the key phases of SDLC? What are the key phases of SDLC? So what happens in each phase of the project? So what happens in each phase of the project? Let's say what happens in planning, what happens in analysis, what happens in design, what happens in development or build phase. So what happens in testing, what happens in deployment. So what happens in planning phase of a project? Analysis, design, build. So design, development or build or test, deploy. So any industry, for example, you work in civil industry, mechanical industry, pharma industry, any industry has its own life cycle. Every industry has its own process. So what happens in each phase of a project? So planning, requirements, design, coding, testing, deployment. So what happens in a typical, like, so software project, so after development only it goes to maintenance, sir. So after development only it goes to maintenance. Again, so like, what is difference between new project life cycle versus support project life cycle? So what is difference between new project life cycle versus support project life cycle? So what is difference between new project life cycle versus support project life cycle? So the next one, so what are the, how to develop software project? So software project could be web application or it could be mobile application. How to develop the software project using sequential approach? How to develop the software project using sequential approach? So how to develop software project using incremental approach, and how to develop software project using iterative approach. How to develop software project using sequential approach, how to develop software project using incremental approach. So how to develop software project using iterative approach? How to develop software project using prototype approach? So how to develop software project using sequential approach, incremental approach, iterative approach, prototype approach. And why incremental and iterative approach projects? Why incremental and iterative approach projects are called as? So why incremental and iterative approach projects are called as AGILE projects? AGILE projects. What is AGILE? What is AGILE? Explain AGILE manifesto. So what is AGILE? Explain AGILE manifesto. Explain principles of AGILE software development. So principles of AGILE software development. Introduction to Scrum. So introduction to Scrum framework. Introduction to Scrum framework. What is AGILE? Explain AGILE manifesto. Principles of AGILE software development. Introduction to Scrum framework. So these are the first session. So session 2 is going to be today afternoon post lunch. Here we will be starting with Scrum framework. So in afternoon session, so just I'll be giving high level overview. So Srinivas sir is an AGILE coach in Google company. So he's a very senior AGILE coach. He's going to give you so completely end-to-end Scrum knowledge. So he's going to completely give you what is Scrum framework, why we need Scrum framework, how to deliver a project using Scrum framework. So who will be involved in the Scrum? So Scrum roles and responsibilities. So different roles in the Scrum. See, who is product owner, who is Scrum master, who is who is Scrum master, product owner, Scrum team. So Scrum team means developers, testers, admin. So these all are the Scrum team. So what are their roles and responsibilities? In a real-time project, what are the various Scrum ceremonies? various Scrum ceremonies, all these things Srinivas sir is going to explain afternoon, tomorrow, day after tomorrow, tomorrow evening for interested people who want to really certification. So that certification process also we explain. So tomorrow evening you can become AGILE certified. So AGILE certification is one of the key in interviews nowadays. So not nowadays, it is also a very old process. So I'm not going to elaborate next session curriculum because now it affects my session time. So it affects my session time. So here, so we are going to clearly start with, before I proceed with my session, first of all, this agile or lean process, this agile or lean process, this is started somewhere around 1956. First time Toyota company implemented. So the lean process is implemented by Toyota company in 1950s. So this lean process is implemented, or this agile lean. So this kind of a mindset. So this is started in 1950s. So first time by Toyota company. So Toyota company was in losses at that time. So they wanted to optimize their cost. They wanted to come up with some innovative process. So they started implementing so they started implementing this kind of a lean process. So the origins of process, what we are going to talk today, it started 1950s by Toyota company, 1956, I think. So this process helped even IT companies to deliver best to the, according to the client requirements. So coming back to the first topic, first of all, why process is important to deliver the project? So why process is important to deliver the project? So you all are learning, you are all about to learn, or you all are learning, so you all are about to learn, software courses, you want to do software job, or that's why you started learning, or you are about to learn. So my point is, first of all, to deliver software project, so definitely, so to deliver the software project, so definitely, so we need to so we need to be having technology understanding. When I say technology understanding, SAP, your Angular, JavaScript, React, JavaScript, Cloud, DevOps, all these belongs to technology background. All these belongs to technological understanding. So now my question is, why process is important to deliver the projects? So technology, anyway, you are going to learn. So process also important. Forget about process followed to deliver software project. Process is important in every activity. Let's say you are going on a road, traffic process you have to follow. So why process we have to follow? For example, so you met a person who has not following traffic process. Sometimes he may reach fastly because you are following process. So you have to wait at Amirpet Junction, Jubilee Checkpost Junction, Madhapur Junction. So to reach Gachibowli, there are 10 traffic junctions are there. So 10 into 1 minute waiting time. So 10 minutes delay will be there if you follow right process. But the person who is not following the traffic rules, there is a chance that he may reach to destination 10 minutes faster than you, or he may not reach. He may reach to Yashoda Hospital or Apollo Hospital. Right? So process is important. So if you follow process in every industry, so process, if you follow process, so let's say, let's one more example. You have a water bottle manufacturing company. So you have a water bottle manufacturing company or a cricket balls manufacturing company. So if there is no process, we have 10 machines. Each machine will deliver different size balls. You may not get consistent product. So every industry, we have to follow certain process to deliver consistent outcome. So why process is important to deliver? So why process is important? Because process helps to deliver quality outcome. Any industry, not only software industry, every industry has its own process. So Process helps to deliver quality outcome, consistent outcome, and so quality, consistent, so see why process helps to deliver quality software, because see, if you follow process, so every team members are following a defined guidelines. If they follow defined guidelines, you will get quality, reliable, consistent outcome. So that's why, so software industry also, so we need to follow process in software industry for process for software projects also. So whatever the software projects we are going to deliver, we have to follow process. So in software, let's say you are using mobile apps, you are using web applications, you are using SAP applications. So different kind of applications we have. So different kind of projects we have. For example, if you go to bank, so everything is digitalized now. If you go to insurance company, including claim process is automated. If you go to a restaurant, so you have a automated systems like Swiggy platform, Zomato platform. So wherever you go, you have all applications, right? So all these applications are built by following right process. All these applications are built by following right process. So in software industry, this process is called as, so this process in software industry. So process in software projects are called as SDLC, software development life cycle. So, so process followed in software projects are called as SDLC, software development life cycle. SDLC stands for, a simple answer of what is SDLC. If you have attended any interview as a developer, whatever is the role, you have attended any interview, what is SDLC? SDLC is a process to deliver software project. SDLC is a process to deliver software project. So SDLC definition is, so what is SDLC? SDLC, software development life cycle. Software development life cycle is a process followed to deliver projects. It is a process followed. So what is SDLC? It is a process followed to deliver projects. So to deliver projects, we have to follow a process, and that process in IT industry is called SDLC, software development life cycle. So what it contains? What really SDLC contains? What are the various pages of SDLC? What are the various pages of SDLC? So what are the various pages of SDLC? So various pages of SDLC are: 1, planning, analysis, design, build, test, deploy. Finally, you have to maintain that project. Finally, you have to maintain the project. So various pages of software development life cycle. So planning, analysis, design, build, test, deploy, maintain. So these are the various pages of SDLC: planning, analysis, design, build, test, deploy, maintenance. So these are the various activities or various pages of SDLC. To build web application, to build mobile application, to build SAP application, to build OTT platform. For example, every day you are watching movies, right? So OTT, it's Amazon has a OTT application. Amazon has a e-commerce application. So to build any software, or you are watching some videos in LMS, like learning management system. YouTube is a software, WhatsApp is a software. So either it's a mobile application, web application, database-based application. So any software, it has to undergo, these are the phases. So what are the activities of a software project? Planning, analysis, design, build, test, deploy. So these are the various activities of a software project. So what are the various activities of a software project? So these are the planning, analysis, design, build, test, deploy, maintenance are the various activities of a software project. So what exactly planning means? So what exactly planning means? What exactly analysis means? So let's try to understand phase one in every software project. So planning. So phase one in every software project is planning. So what do you mean by planning? So planning means planning of a software project means. So planning means, let's say, I'll take one situation here. I'll take one scenario. So I'll take one scenario. See, for example, so we have a client called. So we have a client called. So let's say one company. So one like Hollywood production company. So they wanted to one Hollywood so top production company. They wanted to build a OTT platform. So they have a business study. So they wanted to build their project is they need OTT platform. They wanted to build a OTT platform. One Hollywood company wanted to build a OTT platform. So their aim is, so like their competitor is like Netflix or Amazon Prime, Hotstar, like that. They wanted to launch a new OTT platform across the country. So to launch a new OTT platform across the country, so to launch a new OTT platform across the country, so what they wanted to do, so they wanted to develop this software. So this Hollywood company aim is not to build software. Their job is to movies. So they are not specialists in software. So they decided to outsource this project to one company in India, and they selected. So they asked for bidding. So different companies like Capgemini, TCS, Infosys, Tech Mahindra has given bidding, and so somehow so they impressed with TCS kind of a presentation, TCS abilities, they impressed. Just for example, so now so they selected TCS as a software vendor to develop this OTT platform. So they selected TCS as a software vendor so to build this OTT platform. So what is the project name now? OTT. So and they're expecting OTT to work as a web application, OTT to work as a mobile app, and OTT to work as a device-based application. Means it should work in different devices. It should play in TV, it should play in tab, it should play in laptop, mobile. So it should work in multiple devices. So this is the project they want. So they selected TCS as a their software vendor. Now, so now what happens? So now TCS from client side. So who is our client? Hollywood company. So I'm writing in shortcut HC. HC stands for Hollywood company. So some Hollywood company is our client. So they selected TCS as their partner. TCS software partner to develop this software. So now I think what immediately, what immediately Hollywood company has to do. So Hollywood company has to do, first it has to appoint a product manager. What Hollywood company is going to do? It is going to appoint a product manager. So this company selected Roger as a product manager. So what is the product name they want? OTT platform. So they named it as a product name next gen OTT platform. So next gen OTT platform. So this is the product name. So to build this next generation OTT platform, so they appointed Roser as a product manager. So this Roser is our client representative. So anything TCS wants to interact, so to whom we have to contact? Roser. And Roser appointed one product owner. So this product owner name is Michelle. So Michelle is appointed as a product owner. See, Roser is product manager. From client side, who involved? Roser. Roser is a product manager. So Michelle is a product owner. And so Roser appointed, Roser appointed two business analysts. Roser appointed two business analysts. For example, so business analyst names are, let's say, one business analyst name is Linda, and one more business analyst name is, for example, David. David is one business analyst. So these two people are the business analysts. So, sir, these people job is, for example, for TCS, we belongs to TCS. For example, we are developers in TCS, we are testers in TCS. Our job is we have to interact with everyday client. Who is client here? Roser is client, Michelle is client, Linda is client, David is client. So you can't interact with Hollywood company CEO. Hollywood company CEO may be busy with so many things. So client means, so client has given a project, don't directly call to client CEO. So client appointed this team. So these are the people who are client representatives. So who are the client representatives? Product manager, Roser, product owner, Michelle. So product business analyst, Linda, David. Now coming to TCS side. So TCS appointed, okay. So TCS appointed, so Vail Murugan as delivery manager. Sir, how I know these names? These are my previous project managers. In Accenture and Satyam, so I'm using those names. So Vail Murugan is my delivery manager. So Vail Murugan appointed as a delivery manager. So they start speaking. So this project is one account. So this project is one account to TCS. So they start delivery account, DU, delivery unit. This is one delivery unit. Like that, Accenture is having so many delivery units. Like different clients, they give service. So Vail Murugan is a delivery manager, means from TCS standpoint of view, Vail Murugan is the boss of everything. So Vail Murugan is the boss for entire story. So from TCS point of view, Vail Murugan is the boss of entire story. So from TCS point of view, this guy is called as a delivery manager. So what this Vail Murugan will do, he appoint one person as a project manager. So so Vail Murugan appointed one person as a project manager. So this project manager is so Shiva. So Shiva Subramaniam. So simply Shiva. So Shiva appointed as a project manager. Shiva appointed as a project manager. Vail Murugan is the delivery manager. So now, so what this Shiva is going to do? So now, and one more person. So one more person we need. So that person name is he's an architect. So one architect is required. We call him as a solution architect. So we call him as a solution architect. And the solution architect name is, for example, Anil. So Anil is the solution architect. So now TCS side, who are involved? Vail Murugan, Shiva, Anil. Who is Vail Murugan? Delivery manager. Shiva, project manager. Solution architect is Anil. Anil is from development experience. Already he has experience in developing similar OTT platforms for other clients. Okay, so these three people now interact with the client. So these three people now interact with the client. So from TCS side, these are the manager level people. From from our Hollywood company side, so we have the product managers, product owners. So these people are mainly responsible for developing the product. So now these two people will involve in planning of a project. So this team involved in planning of a project. So we are in the first phase of a software project. So now these people start planning of a software project. What these people are going to do? Planning of a software project. So what means planning? What is the planning means? So these people discuss so high level planning of a project, they talk about schedule. So is this project, how many years project it is? They talk about budget. They talk about resources. what skills required. So they talk about environment. So what kind of a servers required, how to manage this project. So they talk about schedule, budget, resources, environment. So strategy to develop the project. So they talk about so schedule, budget, resources, environment, and they talk about delivery strategy. So they talk about schedule, budget, resources, environment, delivery strategy. So these people talk about schedule, budget, resources, environment, delivery strategy. How they are going to deliver a software project. So phase one. So this is done by this activity is called planning. So project manager, delivery manager. So project manager is responsible to. So project manager is responsible to. So this activity. So project manager is responsible to. So planning of a project. So, and the outcome of this project is called, deliverable of this project is called, outcome of this project is called project charter. Outcome of this activity is called, so project charter. So project managers are responsible. So outcome of this project is called project charter. So outcome of this activity is called project charter. So project charter or project plan is ready. So project charter or project plan is ready. So outcome of this activity is called project charter or project plan is ready. So, sir, first thing here you need to understand, in software industry, you can become product manager, you can become product owner, you can become business analyst, you can become project manager. So these are the roles we have, not only developer, tester, learn Java, learn Python, learn testing. There are so many positions in the software project. Product manager, see, most of the product managers and product owners belongs to client side. So client generally recruits them. Their packages are very, very, very high. You can't imagine. Very, very, very high. Okay, even software engineers can become business analyst also. Linda David. And business analyst is a position which requires zero coding. So BA, business analyst, also good position in abroad. So business analyst may not be an excellent position in India, but business analyst still in India also we have business analyst. For example, so an MBA graduate with good communication skills, working in call center, working in BPO, working in customer care, working as a lecturer, working as a recruiter. Instead of that, if he becomes business analyst, his package can be tripled at least. Instead of working for some 30,000 job in BPO, if you become a business analyst, you can try for minimum 6-7 lakhs package. So, for example, most of the MBA graduates, they need not to choose non-IT job. So they can become really business analyst, customer care, call center, and BA job is very, very important. They do a lot of analysis, business analyst. So they are the people who involves in second phase of the project, that is requirement analysis. What is the second phase? Requirements. So once the project plan approved by the client, then analysis. So analysis stands for requirement gathering. So analysis of a project means requirement gathering. So analysis of a project means requirement gathering, requirement understanding, requirement analysis. So requirement analysis. So requirement gathering, requirement understanding, requirement analysis. So, so analysis, the second phase of a project is called requirement gathering, requirement understanding, requirement analysis. So this work is mainly done by business analyst. Who is responsible to this work? Business analyst. Even today, I don't know why most of Indian MBA graduates or degree graduates are choosing non-IT job. If you choose BA job, there are so many startup companies in India are evolving now. Every startup company require at least one BA. So business analysts, they can promote to product owners also. They can promote to product owner, and it's zero coding. And if you are really a product owner, in US, it is a hard skill. High billing role it is. You are the person who manages entire product. So like business analysts are the people who involves in requirement gathering. So and it's a zero coding. Trust me, it's a zero coding. So their main job is, for example, so what this business analyst will do. So they speak to the Hollywood, like this company stakeholders, means this company, why they started to build this OTT platform. What are the features required in OTT platform? What are the features required in OTT platform? So in OTT platform, what kind of features are required? So what kind of features are required in OTT platform? So they interact with, so these people interact with, this business analyst interact with real OTT already users. They do research on competitors. What is Amazon Prime? What is Hotstar? What is Netflix? So they do research and they identify what is missing. So what else is required? So like that, they do research and they convert that research into proper requirement documents. So these people are responsible. So business analyst. So in any software project, so this business analyst people are responsible for, business requirement document. So business requirement document, which we call it as a BRD. So this is called as business requirement document, which we call it as a BRD, and functional requirement document, which we call it as a FRS or FRD, functional requirement specification document, functional requirement specs, FRS. Okay, so these people are responsible for defining the requirements of a software project. Defining the requirements of a software project. So in your circle, if you meet any person, so no, I don't want to do any coding, software is difficult, so I don't want to go with programming kind of thing. So ask them to learn BA, and so BA also has opportunities in the market, business analyst. And their job is mainly writing the requirements. So they have to do a lot of analysis. For example, you are a business analyst in banking project. You are a business analyst in some kind of a insurance project. So these people should be good at domain knowledge, domain expertise. For example, so let's say if you wanted to build OTT platform, they should know OTT domain, how it works. So right business analyst is asset to the company. They define the right business requirement. What exactly required in the OTT platform? Example, say they write requirements like this. So business requirement 1. So they write requirement like this. So in OTT platform, I need feature to login. I need feature to login from any device. So in OTT platform, I need a feature to login from any device. In OTT platform, I need a feature to login from any device. Okay, so in OTT platform, I need a feature to login from any device. This is business requirement 1. Business requirement 2. So business requirement 2. In OTT platform, I need subscription. I need subscription. In OTT platform, I need subscription for customers, corporates, and government organization. So government also may buy some kind. See, we have a corporate billing also. For example, one state government says, I'll pay this much amount. So these people give subscription to all the people in that state. So it's a free. This may be next, this feature may be the politicians may use for next election. So So it's really useful feature, right? They are spending time so Netflix free for you. But so those days are gone, right? Now everyone is having food and basic things are basic needs at least. So society little improved, right? So now 2 rupees Netflix scheme we may get. So this was so that I need subscription for customers, I need subscription for corporates, I need subscriptions for government organizations. So this is so like this. These people comes up with the requirement documents. These people comes up with the requirement documents. Sir, so non-IT people of your friends, suggest them business analyst is also wonderful role. Especially in abroad, Canada, Australia, UK, US, it has very good jobs. Most of your friends who are doing MS in US, they opt for this course because it is no coding course. So easy to enter into IT. Then, okay, so now business analyst has created some requirement. Now project managers and all, now we got detailed requirements. They have done initially planning. Now we got more detailed requirements. Now again they revisit their plan. So as per the requirement, our plan is correct or not. Once again they revisit their plan. Now plan became perfect. Requirements we got. Now, so next phase is design phase. So what is the third phase in the project? Design phase. Design phase. So now we have the project schedule, project charter, and now we have the project requirements. Now it goes to design phase. So what is the design phase? So what is the design phase? So design phase is nothing but architects will involve. So we have the people called technical architects, and we have the people called solution architects. So senior developers. So senior developers can become technical architect. So if you are so experienced in development, 10 years experience in development, they can be promoted to architects. So architect job is converting requirement into solution diagram. So architect job is converting requirement into solution diagram. So architect is the person who converts requirement into solution diagram. So in a typical software project, so we have the planning, we have the analysis, and we have the design. In the design, so the design job is architect job is converting the requirements into solution diagram. So converting the requirement into solution diagram, which is called as a HLD. So HLD stands for high level design. HLD stands for high level design. So high level design, they create a architecture called so how to build, if it is a web application, so web application architecture diagram they create, how the communication happens. So architecture diagram means, for example, so architecture diagram means, let's say for example, how end users okay, so architecture diagram means how end users, let's say we have different end users are going to use this OTT platform, right? So these end users are from various countries in the world. So these end users are from different places. So this OTT should work. I mean, so when and these people access this application. So these people access this application with different channels. So they can, few people may access through browser, few people may access through app. So few people may access through browser, few people may access through app, few people may access through by swiping a card. So for example, you are traveling somewhere in a cab kind of thing. So where they can arrange a machine. So where they can arrange so a tab device will be there. Once you have any prepaid card, you swipe, so you can start using that services. For example, you are waiting in some waiting area. So different communication channels are there. So when you are accessing through different communication channel, how server works. So what is server? How server receives your request. How server receives your request. And so what are the server components how server loads response back to the customer, and how server connects to database of an application. So how server connects to database of an application. So how server connects to database of an application. So how server connects to database of an application. So this is basically, so this cycle. So this kind of a architectural diagram. So how communication happens from end customer to server, server to database. So from database, how we get the response, this communication diagram. So this architectural diagram is given by, so technical architect of a project. So this architectural diagram is given by technical architect of a project. So now the solution diagram is ready. So like, so we have the requirements, we have the design, and we have the solution diagram. So these three activities are completed. See, in planning, so project managers involved. So directly you may not choose project manager course. And if you want to really become a project manager, there is one shortcut route called Scrum Master. I'll talk about Scrum Master. So via Scrum Master, you can easily become project manager. And another route, so business analyst is one good position. Now architect, see, you can't become a directly architect. It's definitely difficult. So you have development experience. You can aim for architect. In my opinion, technical architect packages in India, minimum 60 lakhs and above in India per annum. Technical architect position, salaries are minimum 60 lakhs and above, minimum. Lowest salary for a right technical architect in India, 60 lakhs in India. So they should be from development background. They are the seniors in the development with 15 years of experience in coding, programming side. Then we go to build phase. So we go to build phase. So build phase is going to be so it can be a build phase is going to be development phase or programming phase. So build phase is going to be development phase or programming phase. So in the in build phase of a project, so build phase is going to be development phase or programming phase. So in the build phase, so developers are going to involve. So build phase, who are going to be involved? Developers or programmers or developers with programming skills. So programmers. See, these people job is converting requirements design into source code by using some technologies like Java. So JavaScript. So JavaScript. So converting requirements are design to source code using JavaScript, Python, PHP. So converting requirements are designed to source code using JavaScript, so Python, PHP. So these are the people. So different program by using different programming languages. So these people convert into C# .NET people. So these people converting requirements into source code, and these people also do unit testing of the source code. So these people are also responsible for converting requirements into source code and unit testing of the source code. So these people are responsible for converting requirements into source code, unit testing of the source code. So testing how each components are working, whatever the code they have written, and they maintain multiple versions of the code. So they maintain multiple versions of the code. So they takes care of source code integrations. So converting requirements into design, unit testing of the source code, maintain the multiple versions of the code, and they takes care of source code integrations. right? So this will be taken care by build phase by the developer. So you belongs to Java programmer, .NET programmer, JavaScript programmer. So whatever the programming skills you are having, your job is basically so development phase. Your job is development. So build phase, converting requirements into source code. So these people use different editors like Eclipse to write the code, and this code is going to be managed in different versions kind of tool using GitHub, and this code is integrated to other components of the code using Jenkins. So these people are good at programming, Eclipse, GitHub, Jenkins, some kind of a tools. These people should be having knowledge, right? So programmers are always highly valued professionals in the software industry. So these people convert requirements into source code. So these people convert requirements into source code. So developers like belongs to different technical stack. Like they can develop front end of the application, they can develop back end of the application. So as per the components or modules in the architecture, we have varieties of developers. So this is the development job. So then once the code is ready, so once application or software is ready, it has to be tested. For example, so this OTT platform is ready. Let's say now, so we got this OTT platform. So now we got this OTT platform. So once this OTT platform is ready, so now we have OTT platform. So this OTT platform is ready. Directly we can't release to the market. Directly we can't release this. So this OTT platform is having several features, right? So this OTT platform is having login feature, register feature, play videos, search videos. So subscription, unsubscription, like this. So this OTT platform is having so many features. Now this is given to test engineers. So this is given to test engineers. So third party. So this is given to third party test engineers. So this test engineers job is like so they test this application whether this OTT platform working as per the requirement. So this is OTT platform is working as per the business requirement document or not. So this OTT platform working as per the business requirement document or not. So this is basically test engineer job. So tester has to see this application, validate this application with different inputs. So tester give different set of inputs and validate this application to see are we getting correct output or not. So tester is going to validate this application with a different set of inputs. So tester job is examining, validating this application, whether it is working correctly or not. For example, how search is working, how payment is working, how subscription is working, how watch video is working, how fast forward is working. So like there are so many features you are everyday using in OTT. So is this OTT working as per the customer requirement or not? That is the test engineer job. So once tester validates this application, so we have various types of testers, manual tester, automation tester, like that. So they do different automation scripts to validate the application by using Selenium kind of a tools. Now once the testing is done, so then this project is going to be deployed. So once the testing is done, so this project is going to be deployed. So what do you mean by deployment? So deployment is done by admin. So admin means, so deployment is nothing but installation. So deployment is done by admin. So admin is, you have AWS admin, you have Azure admin, and so you have Linux admin, you have Windows admin. So you have Linux admin and you have Windows admin. So admins are the people who takes care of the installation. So admins are the people who takes care of the deployment. So admins are the people who takes care of the installation. Admins are the people who takes care of the administration. So admins are the people who takes care of installation. So these people are responsible for deployment activities means like see DevOps engineer, AWS DevOps engineer, Azure DevOps engineer. Nowadays cloud administration mostly shifted to cloud side. So this cloud admin people are mainly responsible for server configurations. So these administration people are mainly responsible for server configurations, server monitoring. So admin people are mainly responsible for server monitoring, deployments, so server maintenance. So this kind of things they use. These people should be experts in any one cloud. Nowadays, see, local admins are gone. Earlier, like Windows admin, Linux admin. So these people are gone now. So this admin people are mainly responsible for cloud admin. So like their skill set is going to be AWS plus DevOps. So to become an admin nowadays, so people should be experts in AWS, DevOps, Linux. So this kind of skills they should. Online, please be on mute. Ajinkya. So these people should be good at AWS, DevOps, Linux, or Azure, DevOps, Linux. So these are the admin. So in a typical software project, so tell me in a typical software project, so tell me what are the, so let me create a simple Excel for you. So this is a basic knowledge required for everyone. First of all, you have to understand various roles. I don't know people directly, they join Java, they join .NET, they join testing. But basically first, if you are going to software industry, the minimum knowledge you should be having SDLC. Software development lifecycle is a prerequisite or basic knowledge required to start your career in IT industry. So, see generally, so what should be your so what are the roles like in planning phase? Who will be involved in the planning phase? See these kind of skills people like so project manager, product owner, project manager, product owner, even nowadays Scrum Masters also. Okay, so project manager, product owner, Scrum Master, who involves in analysis phase. So analysis phase is done by, business analyst, BA, in shortcut BA, and then design phase is going to be involved by architects, and build phase is going to be developers with at least one programming language. So testing is like so quality analyst, so QA engineer or quality analyst, test engineers. So testing is like testing is one of the activity. So testing is very, very important activity. So quality analyst or the test engineers. So admin. So deployment phase. So deployment phase is taken care by admin. So admins are the people who takes care of so installation, server management, server maintenance. So all these things are taken care by admin. So we have planning, analysis, design, build, testing, deployment. So these are the various designations. Sir, so before you decide Java, Python, .NET, those are the technologies you are learning. So first you decide your role. I want to become an admin. I want to become a tester. I want to become a developer. I want to become a project manager. I want to become a business analyst. So for example, your logical thinking is very, very next level kind of thing. You are highly logically good. So go to development side. Your analysis is good. Analytically, you think. So, so you can become a tester or a business analyst. Your logical thinking is good, but you hate programming, then still you have opportunity in IT industry. You can become a tester or you can become a business analyst. For example, so your analytical skills are little low, but you wanted to do a software job. You are a hardworking person. Admin side people, analysis is little less, but so still with less coding, you can become a cloud admin. And you are having a 5 years gap, 10 years gap kind of thing. Scrum Master is one of the right position. So like people who wants to come for so different kind of a so non-IT background to IT background. So different like tester, you can become a test engineer, you can become a Scrum Master, you can become a business analyst. If you are coming from non-IT background to IT background, you can become a test engineer, you can become a Scrum Master, you can become a business analyst. So you hate coding, you have a gap in the career. How you have to think, it's a little different. And finally, so maintenance. So maintenance is nothing but now the software is built. So in maintenance, everyone will be involved. In maintenance, we have developers, we have testers, we have admin. So all these people involved in maintenance or support of a project. So all these people involved in so development, testing, and support of a project. So these people are responsible for development, testing, and support. So means so like support project is nothing but again there are no separate people. These people only will be there. So these people involved in support of a project. For example, now OTT platform we built, we given to Hollywood company. Now they ask us for maintenance. In maintenance, we may not require these many developers. In maintenance, we may not require this many admin. So we go with a small maintenance team. So every day, any issues in the OTT platform, these people try to resolve. Or any changes required to do in OTT platform, these people do some changes. So maintenance team means again developer, again tester, again support engineers. So support engineers belongs to development side, testing side, business analysis side. See, few support engineers should have a knowledge on the OTT platform to speak with the end user to understand their ticket. So maintenance means we will get a tickets. Once the product is built, product is delivered to customer, customer started using it. For example, you may get a ticket saying that I paid to this OTT platform 100 rupees, but now it is not working. So why this is not working? Is anything problem with the browser or anything problem with the old mobile device? So it has to be, the ticket has to be resolved. So in maintenance project, work will be assigned with the series of the tickets. In maintenance project, work will be assigned with the series of the tickets. So maintenance means again developers, testers, admin, these people only involved in so maintenance of a project. So see, so basically the total. So in typical planning phase, analysis phase, design phase, building phase, testing, build, testing, deploy. In deploy, just they install. Maintenance means end-to-end maintenance. Means once the product is deployed to customer, deployment is just installation. Now product is handover. For example, we built OTT platform. Now OTT platform release it to Samsung TV or release it to Sony TV. So now customer started using it. They come up with some changes. They come up with some requests. So handling those requests is called maintenance. Just installation is called deployment. Post deployment, it goes to maintenance. So deployment, it goes to live environment. So post deployment, it goes to maintenance. Post deployment, it goes to support. So once a project is deployed, then only it goes to maintenance phase of a project. Right? So maintenance, in maintenance, you will be having development. In maintenance, you will be having testing. In maintenance, you will be having installation, everything. Right. So I'll talk about maintenance projects also.
Sir.
Yes, Priyanka, tell me.
Testing ki, unit testing ki difference cheppara.
Any testing done by the developer is called unit testing. Any testing done by the testers are called system testing. So there is a concept called in testing. In testing, there are different levels. First, whenever code is written, first developers test it. The developer testing is called unit testing. Then once the developer testing is over, then this code will be moved to, so then third party testers will test. So in unit testing, developers will be testing with the programming. So with the programming skill, they test it. So unit testing is a level of testing done by the developers. So remaining testing is done by separate testers. They are not from programming background. They ensure more of a requirement driven testing. And unit testing, developers will do unit testing more of a technical driven testing. Right. So these are the different phases of a software project. So now by using these phases, there are different SDLC approaches. Sir, by using these phases, there are different SDLC approaches. So these are the, till now we discussed about SDLC phases. Now by using these phages, so we are going to discuss SDLC approaches. SDLC approaches. So by using these phases, so we'll be having different SDLC approaches. So means, so one approach is sequential approach. One approach is sequential approach. Second one is incremental approach. Third one is iterative approach. So we have different SDLC approaches to build projects. So we have different SDLC approaches to build projects. So one is sequential approach. Second one is incremental approach. Third one is iterative approach. Fourth one is prototype approach. So we have different SDLC approaches, or we have different approaches to build software. So we have different approaches. So we have different approaches. So to build software. So we have different approaches to build software. So we have different approaches to build software. Okay, so sequential approach, incremental approach, iterative approach, prototype approach. We have different SDLC approaches to build software. So let's understand each approach. So this iterative approach is also called as AGILE approach. This iterative approach is also called as AGILE approach. So we have different SDLC approaches to build projects. Sequential approach, incremental approach, iterative approach, prototype approach. So how to deliver a software project using sequential approach? How to deliver a software project using sequential approach? How to deliver a software project using sequential approach? How to deliver a software project using sequential approach? Okay, see, sequential approach means phase by phase development. So sequential approach means phase by phase development. So if you are delivering a software, so sequential approach means phase wise development. So if you are delivering a software, so phase by phase. When I say phase by phase, let me explain first. For example, now we got this OTT platform requirement. So see, phase by phase development means collect requirements, gather requirements for, see, in sequential approach, gather. So gather requirements for, so in sequential approach, gather requirements for entire project, all the features of OTT, gather requirements for So gather requirements for all the features of OTT. So gather requirements for all the features of OTT. Then see, means first phase, first we collect entire OTT project requirements. Then complete design for entire scope of the project. So means entire OTT, for entire OTT. So complete the design for entire scope of the project. Then complete coding or completed, so complete coding for entire scope of the OTT. Complete testing for entire scope of the OTT. Complete deployment for entire scope of the OTT. So once a phase, the concept is once a phase is completed, once a phase is completed for entire scope of the project, once a phase is completed for entire scope of the project, so then only, so we go for next phase. So once a phase is completed for entire scope of the project, then only we go for next phase, which is called sequential approach. So sequential approach means first you complete planning for all the features, then requirements for all the features, design for all the features, coding for all the features, testing for all the features, then deployment. So requirements for all the features, design for entire project, build for entire project, testing for entire project, then only deployment. So step by step delivery of a project, phase by phase delivery. First you complete phase 1, then only we go to phase 2. Then you complete phase 2, then only we go to phase 3. So it is called step-by-step approach. It is called sequential approach. So in the so this looks like this, like so in sequential approach, first you complete planning. Then once you complete the planning, then only the project goes to analysis. Once you complete the planning, then only the project goes to analysis. See, once you complete the planning, then only we go to analysis. So, so once you complete the analysis, then only you go to design. So once you complete the analysis, then only you go to design. So once you complete the design, so then only you goes to build phase. Once you complete the design, then only you goes to build phase. So once you complete the build phase, so then only the project will go to testing phase. So then deployment. So phase by phase development. That's why if you type so this is called sequential approach. See, sequential approach based SDLC models also evolved. There are sequential approach based SDLC models. So those models are called traditional software development models, which is followed so traditional software development models. So these models are called, and best example for sequential approach based traditional software development model is waterfall model, V model. So these are the two software development models which follows traditional software development. Waterfall model, V model. These are the traditional software development methods. So these models, waterfall model, V model, these models follow sequential approach of delivering. So waterfall model, V model, so these models follows sequential approach of delivering a project. So waterfall model, V model follows sequential style of delivering a project. So there are, see, if you follow waterfall model, so there are some advantages and drawbacks. So there are some advantages and drawbacks. So advantages are, for example, if you are delivering a project in sequential approach or waterfall model, see, once a phase completed for entire scope of the project, once a phase completed for entire scope of the project, so then only we go to next phase. Once a phase completed for entire scope of the project, then only we go to next phase. So once a phase completed for entire scope of the project, then only we go to next phase. So this is, so that's why it is, so next phase, I mean, previous phase outcome is very clear to, previous phase outcome is very clear to next phase. So this is one advantage, but drawbacks are, for example, I'll tell you, very, very important, sir. Please pay attention to this. This is the example which I'm going to give. If you understand this, then easily you will understand agile process. The mainly you all came here for agile, but I have to teach the background of kind of thing. That's then only you will understand agile. So one example, let's say Hollywood company wants to build OTT platform. Hollywood company wants to build OTT platform. They decided to deliver. So this OTT platform in sequential approach and waterfall model, both are same. So waterfall model follows sequential approach. So they decided to deliver this project using sequential approach. They decided to deliver this project using waterfall model. So sequential approach. So they decided to deliver this project using sequential approach. They decided to deliver this project using waterfall model. So when they decided to deliver this project using sequential approach, when they decided to deliver this project using waterfall model, okay, so their competitor is there. For example, so their competitor, one more Hollywood company 2. Their competitor also planning to build OTT platform. Now the question is, these people, so this second company people, they decided to deliver this project using iterative approach. So they decided to deliver this project using iterative approach. So the second company people decided to deliver this project using iterative approach, or so this also called as agile approach. So these people decided to deliver this project using iterative approach, or it is also called as agile methodology. So the second method people decided to deliver the project using iterative approach. So the second people decided to deliver the project using agile methodology. So when these people decided to deliver the project using iterative approach or agile methodology, how the difference will be written. Okay, so here, so this company first started time on planning. They took 3 months for planning. Then, so they started analysis, requirement gathering. They took 3 more months. They started design. they completed design in 2 months, for example. Then they started coding or build phase. So they took time for 6 months, they have done coding. So then they took time of testing, and testing, they took nearly time of 6 months. Finally, so they have done deployment. For deployment, they took time of 3 months. So total they spent, so 23 months, almost 2 years. So they took 2 years, 2 years time. They took 2 years time for go live. Say they took 2 years time for go live. So before they release this application to live environment, they took almost 23 months. So after 23 months only, their OTT platform moved to live environment. So they took 23 months time investment. The other side, this competitor came up. Okay, so the competitors decided. So they said we don't want. They said we don't want heavyweight platform now. We start slowly. So first they decided iteration 1. So iteration 1, very careful. This is the baseline of the syllabus. So iteration 1, they took the time as a 1 month time. Iteration 1 time as 1 month, 2 weeks, different examples. Just for example, iteration 1 equal to, see iteration 1 equal to, so we spent 1 month time. So iteration 1 equal to how much time? 1 month time. So iteration 1, so when we took 1 month time, in this iteration 1, so the CEO told, okay, so we go like this. So we take minimal features. Minimal features means, so first we want OTT to support in only mobile. We don't want in other devices. So login via mobile, play video or watch video. So initially we will put initially only 5 to 10 videos. So search is not required. Search not required. We put only 5 to 10 videos. So login via mobile, watch video. As we are launching our OTT as a new brand, first we will give free. Subscription also not required. So payment is not required. Free subscription. Payment is not required. So 3 simple features we want. So we don't want registration. We don't want search feature. We don't want to play in TV. We don't want to play in laptop. So we want simple 3 features. So for these 3 features, they asked to do planning, analysis, design, coding. So design, coding, testing, deployment. So for these features, so they started. So planning, analysis, design, coding, testing, deployment. So for these features, they started planning, analysis, design, coding, testing, deployment. So for these features, so they started planning, analysis, design, coding, testing, deployment. Okay, so these features, so they moved to live. They got a first version. So they announced to the world saying that, so Hollywood company 2, so we are releasing a next generation, a new OTT platform, and first 3 months you have a free offer, you need not to pay. So like so they asked just to do mobile version is ready. So mobile app you have to install, start using this. So mobile app you have and start using it. So planning, analysis, design, coding completed, we release it to live. So tell me, in which model we got early software to live environment? Iterative. End of first iteration is a software. End of the first iteration is a software. Now, so iteration 2 we started. So now iteration 2 we started. So now iteration 2 we started. Now iteration 2 we started. Sir, in iteration 2. Sir, in iteration 2. So we have planning. See, now client told, yes, we are going very wonderful. So these features. So now client told, already iteration 1 is live. Iteration 1 is live. Now client wants some new feature. Now client want to go with a payment-based subscription. So client want with a payment-based subscription, and client want so some any so we released version 1 to live environment. So when we released version 1 to live environment, there are some bugs. So client asked to fix those bugs. So now with this iteration 2 started, and in iteration 2, with this iteration 2 started, and in iteration 2, with this iteration 2 started, in iteration 2, again for these things we are doing planning, again for these things we are doing analysis, again for these things we are doing design, coding, testing, again new version deployment, and iteration 2 equal to again 2 months time. Sorry, 1 month. Iteration 2 is again 1 month. 1 month. So iteration 2 is 1 month. So iteration 2 equal to iteration 1 plus payment subscription plus bug fixes plus so these features. Now iteration 2 is ready. So now we push updates. We ask you to install second version, or some automatic updates we do. So now iteration 2 is live. So how many months we completed? 2 months. Okay, by this time, what Hollywood company 1 is doing? Planning. Still they are in planning. So tell me, if you are the owner of a company, you want to deliver a OTT platform, you just imagine you are the CEO of a company, you want to deliver a OTT platform. In which process you select 1 or 2? As an iterative. Why iterative? Early software. Why iterative? Early software. For example, one more example. Understand this. This is very, very important. This is the foundation of the total AGILE. So in AGILE, Scrum, you are going to learn so many topics today and tomorrow. Out of it, the main foundation is this topic. Okay. So let's say Amazon company CEO, Flipkart CEO, both got one wonderful idea. Both got one idea. Idea is, for example, Amazon CEO so wants to give some kind of an offer on the occasion of some day. So some kind of a idea they got. So Amazon CEO, Flipkart CEO, they wanted to, they got some kind of a wonderful idea they got. They both got idea at same time. So they both got idea at same time. Amazon CEO, Flipkart CEO, they both got idea at same time. When they got idea at same time, Amazon owner and Flipkart owner, when they got idea at same time, Amazon followed sequential style. Amazon followed sequential style. Flipkart followed iterative style. So who will launch that idea into reality very quickly? Iterative. And at the same time, in iterative, you need not to deliver entire product. So first, minimal features, you ready. So see, any business competition, see, there is a business competition between banks. There is a business competition between insurance company, business competition between hospitals. So any business competition, so whenever you see any business competition, so for customers, we have to give new features. So both are having mobile apps. So how quickly an idea can be converted to live is a matter. So if you follow iterative approach, so you can give early software to customers. If you follow iterative approach, if you can give early software to customers. Example. One more example. See, let's say, so which one you use for cab booking? Ola. So which one you book for movie tickets booking? Book My Show. Which one you use for so online shopping? So
Amazon,
yeah, Amazon, Flipkart, these things.
Flipkart,
So which one you use for bus ticket booking? Which one
TSRTC,
you use for hotel food ordering?
Swiggy,
Swiggy, Zomato, right? Okay. Why they are popular? Why they are popular? Because they are first in the market. They are first in the market. See, Ola came very early. Later, Uber spent crores. So, Flipkart came very early. Later, Amazon spent huge crores. See, who will win the race? So, you have to be first in the market, easy to win. So different companies get idea, but which company launch that to market gets win. Hope you agree with this statement. That's why companies stopped going with sequential. So before 2010, sequential approach projects are so famous. Since 2005, 8, 10, I started working on Agile 2008. I started working on Agile 2008. So since 2008, so like even I worked in multiple Agile projects. So companies started delivering the software with iterative approach. So what is iterative approach? Iterative approach means, so I'll show you one image for iterative approach. So I'll show you what exactly iterative approach. So there are differences between traditional software development. There are differences between Agile software development. See, whatever the designation you have, you are a developer, tester. Okay, if you go to interview, if you tell you know Agile methodology, it's an added advantage. So today we started with this syllabus. So this is the agenda of the workshop by tomorrow evening. So basics of software development life cycle, plan driven or traditional versus Agile, challenges and benefits of Agile, Agile manifesto, Scrum framework, Scrum roles, Scrum events, Scrum artifacts, any advanced Agile concept, how Jira can be used in Agile projects. So Scrum framework and other frameworks. So with this syllabus we started. So till now we understood what is SDLC, planning, analysis, design, build, test, deploy. So there are different approaches. We started understanding these approaches. More important, sequential, iterative. Sequential, iterative. So software, the process followed by the software companies can be divided into two. One is traditional software development. The other one is Agile software development. Traditional, Agile. So traditional software development, you have phase by phase. So requirements, design, coding, testing, deployment. And in iterative approach, so we have so many methods in iterative approach. One of the method in iterative approach is Agile. So we have so many approaches in iterative approach. One of the method is Agile. So see this. This is exactly iterative approach. For example, so this is for whenever customer gets some idea, customer give it as a requirement. So we select only important requirements for the customer. So our requirements, it can be too many requirements. In first iteration, we are going to select only important requirements. In first iteration, we are going to select only important requirements. For these requirements, the entire team is going to design, develop, test, and deploy working software to customers. And this is given to live customers. Now, so we get this feedback. So we get feedback from the customer. So this version is working or not working. So we get the feedback. So based on this feedback, we plan second iteration. So second iteration, again we do planning, analysis, design, build, test, deploy the second version to live. Then third iteration. So third iteration, again we do planning, analysis, design, build, test, deployed. So third iteration. So in this model, every 1 month, we are releasing a new version to customer. So every 1 month, we are releasing a new version to customer. So month 1, so we release so version 1 with some features. Month 2, again we release version 2 with some features. Month 3, again we release version 3 with features. So every month we are releasing a new version with some features. So tell me which method is better. So planning, then analysis is sequentially or iteratively?
Iteratively.
Why iteratively is better? See, now I'll show you one image. So tell me out of these two diagrams, which is sequential, which is iterative? So tell me what is this? Sequential.
Operation iterative and downward sequential.
Requirements for entire project, design for entire project, coding for entire project, test for entire project, deploy. So this is sequential style of software development. Okay. See, this is sequential style of software development, and this is iterative style of software development. First iteration 1. So iteration 1, you do planning, analysis, design, build, test, deploy. Then iteration 2, then iteration 3. So every 1 month or every 2 weeks, we release a new version of working software to customers. So every 1 month or every 2 weeks, we release a new version to customers. So definitely iteration 2 is increment of iteration 1. Iteration 3 is increment of iteration 2. Iteration 4 is increment of iteration 3. So every new iteration, we deliver a new version to live environment. Right? So now, so this is iterative approach. Everyone is able to understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, basically, what are the benefits? So why iterative approach? Why software projects development happens, software development project happens in iterative approach. So tell me reason. You just imagine you are a CEO of the company. So imagine you have a hospital, you need software. Imagine you have a college, you need software. Imagine you are having some sort of business, you need a software. You are the CEO of a business, you need software. So tell me why you prefer iterative approach.
For getting early software.
Okay, so early software, quick software. Sir, I have not started Agile. So first iterative you understand, then Agile. Agile is nothing but iterative. So early software. So why you need early software? You are the CEO of a company. Why you need early software?
So to get into market quickly and attract the customers at the earliest, so that it will be having
Why
a
you
first
need early
interest.
software?
To withstand competition.
So to win in business competition. Second reason, to get early return on investment. Because see, you invested 2 months time, you delivered some version to customer. So unnecessarily, we will not wait for it. So like our project cost will not be wasted. So we are giving to customer, you got some kind of a branding, you got some kind of a financials back. Okay, so why early software? To get edge when compared to business competition and to get early return on investment. Third reason, to get early customer feedback. That is more important. See what customer is thinking. So to get early customer feedback. Okay, so to get early software, so quick software, to get early customer feedback. So getting the early customer feedback is very, very important. So to get early software, so why you need to get early software? So why you need to get early software or quick software? So I wanted to get some early customer feedback. So early software is very, very important. Early software is very, very important. So in every business, if you are delivering a software, we are expecting a software. So we need to be having early software. That is very, very important in every business. So why early software? So early software is important. So to face business competition. Early software is important to face business competition. So early customer feedback, see early software, and one more advantage. So we will get early customer feedback. So one more advantage, we will get early customer feedback. So we are going to get, so one reason is early software. One reason is early software, and one more is early customer feedback. So what do you mean by early customer feedback? So in every iteration, see, for example, in sequential approach, if you give design document to customer, they may not give real feedback. If you give Java code to customer, they may not give feedback. If you give test cases to customer, they may not give feedback. But in Agile project, every iteration, we are giving mobile app to customer. We are asking our customers to use mobile app. Then we are asking customers to use mobile app. Then we take their feedback. Then we build iteration 2. Then we build iteration 3. Like this, every new iteration, we are delivering working software to customer. So customer feedback we are taking. Based on that, we are incrementing to iteration 2. So the two top reasons why iterative approach. So two top reasons why iterative approach. Early software is reason 1. Second reason, early customer feedback. So reason 1, early software. Reason 2, early customer feedback. Okay, so like this, and so one more main reason. For example, iteration 1 you have given. Customer told, I don't like it, I want changes. It's okay. It is better to know customer feedback instead of end of the project. It is better to fail in first iteration. So that's why Agile projects are called, iterative approach projects are called less risk projects. Iterative approach projects are called less risk projects. So what do you mean by less risk? So iterative approach projects are called less risk projects. So when compared to sequential approach projects, iterative approach projects are less risk. That's why if you are going to take up a project which is a very big, which is very complex project, for example, some new technology platform we want to build, like ChatGPT or some kind of AI-based applications, some kind of a complex projects, very big project we wanted to build. So always choose iterative style. Because if you choose sequential style, so phase by phase you develop, end of the project, there is a chance that client may reject your software. So here, first iteration we showed to client. So client rejected, we'll correct, client accepted. So then we ask client for changes. So iterative projects are low risk projects when compared to sequential. So any complex project, any new project, it is better to take up in iterative style. And one more reason why iterative approach. So early return on investment. So client need not to wait for returns. You are giving, let's say OTT platform launched, free OTT platform launched. We got 1 lakh free, 1 lakh customers. It's okay. 1 lakh subscribers you have now. So out of 1 lakh subscribers, if 5% people pay money, you will get some return on income in next second quarter. So early return on investment. And one more reason. So in iterative approach, it is flexible to, iterative approach projects are flexible to changes. So iterative approach projects are flexible to changes. Early software, early customer feedback, less risk. So software, so less risk, and early return on investment. So this is so flexible to changes. So early return on investment. So this is so flexible to changes. So sequential approach projects are so flexible to changes, early return on investment, less risk. So early customer feedback, early software. So these are the few advantages why companies are going with iterative style of development. Nowadays, 85% projects are iterative projects. Okay, sir. So hope you got idea at least what is iterative. So in iterative approach, see, to follow iterative approach, so many styles are there. One is to follow iterative approach, so many styles are there. One is rapid application development model, RAD model. RAD model. So one is AGILE, like this. So AGILE. So there are so many methodologies which follow iterative approach. Let me show you. See, all these things follow iterative approach. Yep. All these things follow iterative approach. If you call it as a prototype, rapid application development model, rational unified process, earlier IBM followed this RUP. So out of it, which became very popular is AGILE. So which became very popular is AGILE. So out of all these models, which method became very popular? AGILE is one of the software development process which follows iterative. Out of all these models, sir, you need not remember, in every project is AGILE project now. So AGILE is very common word in IT industry. So AGILE is one of the key process, so which follows iterative. Now you may ask a question, what is AGILE? So why AGILE came into picture? How AGILE follows? So to understand AGILE methodology, till now, so we discussed chapter 1, that is introduction to SDLC. Now post break, so I'll take one more session post break. So post break we are going to discuss so AGILE manifesto, principles of AGILE software development. That is second session. Then we go to chapter 3, so which is nothing but Scrum framework. So then we go to chapter 3, which is nothing but Scrum framework. So logically, I wanted to give a very little comparison. Okay. For example, so you play games, right? There are so many games. So tell me, what are the popular games kind of thing? So cricket, so like, football. So many popular games are there. For example, if you take cricket, under cricket, what are the frameworks available? So 2020, one day international, test match. Okay. So similarly, see, we have so many SDLC models. Out of it, popular SDLC model is AGILE. Popular SDLC model is iterative and AGILE. So AGILE follows iterative. So iteration model is popular, which is AGILE. Under AGILE, so see, practically to implement AGILE in day-to-day project, so there are so many frameworks available. So one of the framework is Scrum. So many available in the market, but which is very popular, Scrum. So concept is Scrum is an AGILE practice or framework. So to deliver software project. So you join any company, definitely they assign you Scrum project. What is Scrum? Scrum is an AGILE practice. So what is AGILE? AGILE follows iteration model. What is iteration model? It is SDLC. What is iteration model? It is an approach. So Scrum, actually you have to learn Scrum. So Scrum is a framework which follows AGILE. AGILE is a methodology which follows iteration. Agile is a methodology which follows iteration. Right. So Ramana, why I have to learn actually this? For example, you are a developer, you are a tester, you are a scrum master, or different designations. Why you have to learn? Sir, once you got a project, the day one onwards, they conduct a daily stand-up meeting. The entire terminology in real time are different. So to understand that process, you should be perfect in this agile process, scrum process, what is a sprint, all the terminology we are going to explain afternoon. So see this today and tomorrow, whatever the time frame, at least 12 to 15 hours of workshop it is. If you understand everything, when you speak these things in interview, your interview selection will be easy. Say I'm since 2010 I'm observing, when you confidently explain the process, they believe you have done really project kind of thing. So process knowledge is very important, sir. So just first chapter we completed now, introduction to SDLC. So till now what we learned, what are the, see, first question, why process is important? So what we learned in first session. So what we have learned. So why process is important? So second question, what are the different phases of SDLC? Third question, what are the different approaches? What are the different approaches of SDLC? So especially sequential approach, and iterative approach, especially sequential approach and iterative approach. What are the different approaches of SDLC? Okay, so why iterative approach is important? Why iterative approach is important? So these four topics we discussed.
What is Agile Manifesto? No idea? Okay. So you know about two numbers, you know, 4 and 12. Now I'll teach you about manifesto in these two numbers. 4 and 12. Remember two numbers? One is 4, one is 12. Okay. What is 4? 4 core values. 4 core values. What are the 4 core values? Anyone who does the homework? Anyone who prepared for this session? Individuals and interactions over processes and tools. Individuals and interactions over processes and tools. Let me take a file. What is the first one? What is the first core value? Individuals and interactions over processes and tools. What is individuals and interactions and what are processes and tools? Okay, tell me, in the morning session you have learned about waterfall method and all, right? Waterfall models and all. So in most of the traditional models, what do you hear a manager calling his team members? Does he call them as team members? What does he call us? Anyone?
Developers, testers.
Together.
Development team.
What does he call us? Not development team. That's
Pod.
No.
Resources.
Right.
Scrum team.
Resources, correct? Every manager calls its team members as resources. What does he call his hardware, like a server, like desk, benches and all. What is it called?
Infrastructure.
Same word, resources.
Environment.
Resources. Okay. It doesn't differentiate between an individual or human being versus a object. Okay. Is that how we want to treat people?
No.
Right? Humans have something called as emotions. Desk, bench and all, do they have emotions? No. That's how we are differentiating people. So an agile ways of working, we are giving more preference to individuals and interactions. People are more important. We don't say, we never say processes and tools are not important. They are important, but we are giving higher weightage to individuals and interactions. Okay. That is why face-to-face communication is the best method of interaction. Everyone clear about the first core value? Both
Yes,
are
sir.
important. See, whatever that is there on the left side as well as that the thing on the right side. Individuals and interactions is on one side of over. Processes and tools, both are important. But in agile world, we are giving higher weightage to individuals and interactions. That is more important. All right. What is the second core value?
Interaction.
Working software or comprehensive document.
Comprehensive documentation. Working software over comprehensive documentation. Okay. Let me tell you an example here. So, suppose you are a customer. I am a software company. I have a software company. You approach me and ask me to create an app for your business. Okay. You want the app to be delivered in, say, 6 months to 1 year. Okay. That's what you expect. And I say, make the payment 50% now and another 25% after 6 months, another 25% towards the end of the year. Right? You make an upfront payment of 50%. After 6 months, you come to me. You are expecting to see a small version of the software. Okay. Instead of that, I give you a bunch of documents. I've prepared so many documents. I give it to you. Here is the technical design. Here are the softwares we will be using. Here is the team members count. Here is the hard. I give you a bunch of documents to everyone, each one of you, like whoever the customer is coming to me. I'm giving them. Now, I expect you to go through the documents and consider that you are not a technical person. Now, do you understand what's there in the documentation? How is the documentation helpful for you? Keep it in the storage. Other than that, no help, right? So, on the other hand, you come to me after 3 months. I say, okay, you have asked for a software. I cannot give you a complete software. I give you a small version of the software that you can use. Okay, that you can start using with your customers. So are you happy in the first case or in the second case? Why? Okay. So at the end of 6 months, I'm giving you a little bit more features, but towards the end of the year, both in the first case as well as second case, I'm giving you the software, right? So you're getting the software, complete software at the end of the year in the first case as well as the second case. Why are you not happy in the first case? Why are you happy in the second case?
Because we are getting software early here. The second case.
You're getting software early, yes, okay. With that software, what are you doing? Are you keep it in the locker?
We are using it
What
and
do you
giving
do?
feedback also.
Every customer
You
feedback
use
will
it
be
with
like
your customers. When you use
Like
it with
feedback.
customers, what's happening?
Feedback.
They'll pay you back. With that, what you are getting?
any flexible changes.
The
Any
first case,
flexible
when you are
changes.
getting this money? At the end of 1 year. Now, when you are getting money?
Return of investment.
Within 3 months, you start getting money back. That money you can use to pay me to get more software, more features. Yes or no? That is why you are happy in the first case. It's not because I gave you the software. It's because you could use the software to increase your business. Right? That is why you are happy. Second time onwards, you are not paying me from your pocket. You are paying me from the money you earned in your business. That money you are paying me. Right? That is why you are happy in the second case, not in the first case. In the first case, entire 1 year, you are spending money just from your pocket without getting anything back to you, right? That is why working software is important or given higher preference over comprehensive documentation. Here, since we are using this in context of software, we are giving as working software. But in general, if we are using agile core values, we can say anything that is deliverable to a client, meaning it could be a service, it could be a software, anything that he or she can use. It need not always be software. If you're a hardware company like Intel or something, do you expect to give software to the customer? What do you give in fact? Hardware, right? So it depends on your nature of business. Any questions on the second core value? Anyone?
Why there is word comprehensive? Why not only documentation?
Okay, when I said so much documentation in waterfall model, what do you get at the end of the first phase? What is the first phase in waterfall model?
Planning.
Planning. Gathering requirements. What is the output of that? What is that? It's a document.
Project charter.
What are you delivering at the end of the phase one?
Project charter.
Bunch of documents. And it's not a simple bunch of documents. You are writing each and every minute details of the requirements in the documents. That is called comprehensive. Elaborate, each and everything very clear, right? That is the comprehensive documentation. Okay?
Okay.
Many people misunderstand this, saying that Agile says no documentation. Did I write here anywhere on the screen no documentation is required? No. What are we saying? Working software is given higher preference over comprehensive documentation. We should use minimum documentation, not no documentation. People misunderstand that, misinterpret that. Clear? What is the third one? Anyone? We have talked about team. We have talked about software. Who is the next important person we are missing?
Collaboration. Customer collaboration.
Customer.
Contract.
Customer. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation. What does this mean? Again, let us compare with what you learned in the morning. In waterfall model, when is the customer visiting the software company?
At the end.
When he is giving the
First
requirements.
The beginning.
He'll give the comprehensive requirements. We will understand. We will write the documents. He will do a signature autograph. Go away. When he's coming back to the company again? To pick up the software. Right? Now, in between what is happening? God knows and we know. Right? Only God knows and we know. When we give it to the customer, he has asked for something and we gave, something different. Now the mismatch, there is a mismatch, right? So how can we minimize this mismatch? Right? So it goes to the first principle, individuals and interactions is more important, right? So if we have constant interaction with the customer, we know what does he require, what are his priorities, what are his needs, and based on that, we can develop the software. Okay. If you're developing the complete software and giving it to him, there is little chance for us to do a course correction. What is course correction? As we go along a road, if we are going off track, we adjust and correct ourselves and try to go to destination. Okay. If we start here, see the Google Maps, we want to reach to Bangalore, turn off the Google Maps, we catch the road, go straight direct. We see 500 kilometers we have to travel. We travel. Somehow we took a wrong turn. We keep on traveling for 500 kilometers. Then we see the destination. We are at Chennai instead of Bangalore. What happened? Off track. But in the other case, every 50 kilometers, we keep checking Google Maps. We are on track or not. Fine. After 51 kilometers, we made a mistake. We took a wrong turn. But after 50 kilometers, we keep checking again. It shows wrong track. We come back to the correct track. How much kilometers extra we spent here? Only 50 kilometers. Because we went off track. We came back. We are on direction to the destination. If we keep on going without constantly validating anything, we go in the wrong direction. We might go in the wrong direction. Right? So that is the reason constant validation is required. Who is the best person to validate? Client. Why? He is the one who is giving the requirements. Who best knows about the requirement than the client? Right? He only knows best about it. So we need to constantly interact with the customer to see whether we are going in the right direction or not, and then do any changes as required in order to meet our customers' expectations. Clear? What is the last one?
Responding to change or following a plan.
Responding to change over following a plan. Same example. We are started in Hyderabad. We are planning to go to Bangalore. We travel 50 kilometers. We check the Google Maps. It shows we are on the way to Chennai, not to Bangalore. We want to do a course correction. Right? If I say I had a plan, I wanted to travel in this direction, doesn't matter where it takes me, I'll go in this direction. What happens? Right? We have to keep changing our plan according to the needs of the market, according to the needs of the customer. If we don't adapt and change ourselves, what happens? Typical example. Have you heard about Nokia 3310? The hardest phone ever, right? You could hit someone and kill someone with it, right? What happened to Nokia? Is it in the market now? What happened? They didn't care what's the market, where the market is heading. They said, this is what we want, this is what we are going. They kept on going in that direction. Finally, what happened? They are alone in the direction. Everyone moved away. The entire market is in a different direction. Only Nokia is there. Now what they did? They came back and joined the rest of the people. Correct? They are doing the Android phones now. But is it fine now? It's too late for them. It's too late for them, right? They did a course correction. They responded to change. But did they respond to change on time? Too late. After everyone came, all companies came, big and small, and dominated this market. Now they came and trying to fight in this race. No luck. What happened to BlackBerry? Their phones supposed to be the secure phones ever. Is BlackBerry in the market now? Out of market. Except handful of people, 10 or 20 people, no one uses. That's what they wanted. They wanted a good share in the market. At one time, they had that share, but they did not respond to change. What happened? If you don't respond to change, the market will kick you off. That's as simple as that. Okay, all of you know about waterfall model. Why are you in this agile session? You are responding to change. If you don't respond to change, what happens? People who attend this session will beat people who have not attended this session. Yes or no? As simple as that, right? So responding to change is very important over following a plan. Yes, we initially planned something, that's correct. But at that point in time, based on our knowledge, that plan was correct. But with the current knowledge, as time progresses, we get better knowledge about things, right? As time progresses, we get better understanding about things. What is your level of knowledge about Agile from yesterday evening till now? Is it same? Is it same? No. You have learned a lot of things in the morning session. Now you are still learning a lot of things. By tomorrow, if you still attend sessions, it will be better. Still one more day, it will be better, right? Your knowledge increases on something as you learn more about it. Same way, when you make a decision, based on the current information, you are making a decision at that point in time. It need not necessarily mean that decision is correct every time. That decision is correct every time. After 1 week, this decision might be wrong. Why? Because you have better information, more knowledge. Okay? With that knowledge, this decision that you made 1 week back might be wrong. Right? That's why you have to keep responding to change in order to survive. Correct. So any questions on the 4 core values? Anyone? Here, what is important, what is not important? Everything on the left side is more important than things on the right side. Right is not always right. Okay. Any questions, anyone? Third point, one more. Pavani is not listening. Third point, I'll just repeat the third point. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Okay. What is customer collaboration? We are closely working with the customer. We are understanding the customer needs on a regular basis. And then we are trying to change things and create the software that the customer needs. Okay. Instead of what happens in the traditional waterfall models, they quickly sign a SOW. Most of you might be aware SOW, which is statement of work or the contract between the customer and the company. Okay. The contract between the customer and the company. Now, as per that contract, when the customer says, okay, this is the amount of software I need to build, these are the requirements. So if every time I say, okay, this is what we agreed in the contract. Now, if you are changing this requirement one line, this is breaking the contract. So I will charge you more. Every time if you go in that direction, what happens? The customer will find a better company than us. The customer will not refer any other company to work with us because he is not happy working with us. How can we make the customer happy working with us? Okay. So wherever required, small adjustments, we can negotiate and say, okay, this is a small change, we can accommodate. This is a significant change, large change, which means it requires large effort from the company. We cannot afford, it requires huge time. How can we create a balance? Okay. Here, small change will accommodate, large change, you try to come up with an alternative solution. Meaning some requirements that are not so important, take out, important requirements add in. That we are agreeing on. But if you want to do everything done, we cannot do it in the same budget. What we ask for? More budget. But if they want some requirements to be added, we say, okay, these are the things that are not important for you, maybe. Remove them out of the bucket. All right. Then that will create a balance. Everyone understood about customer collaboration or contract negotiation? All right. So why are these 4 core values important? Any framework you learn, any framework, any process, any model, XP, Kanban, Scrum, anything you learn, if it is falling under the Agile umbrella, it should follow these core values. That is why these are said as core values, not simply for a reason. Anything falling under the Agile umbrella, how many are there? Kanban, Scrum, XP, SAFe, so many are there. All of them should follow these core values. Now, first number is done. 4 core values. Did we understand about this? Next, what is left out? 12. What are 12? 12 principles. 12 principles. I'm not going to type them. I'll open the manifesto. Agile manifesto. Let's go through again. Individuals and interactions over processes and tools. For you to understand better by looking at it, they have written these things in big font and the other things in smaller font. Okay. Working software over comprehensive documentation, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, responding to change over following up plan. Okay. What does this sentence say? Value is there both on the items that are on the right side as well as left. But we are valuing the items on the left side more. Next, 12 principles. What does the first principle say? Okay. Very good. Completely out of sync. Our highest priority is to satisfy the customer through early and continuous delivery of valuable software. So here the principles are not written just like a statement, but every word is very important. Okay. Let us go through each and every word. Our highest priority. They could have simply said our priority, right? There are a lot of priorities for us when we're working in a company. Our highest priority, which is at the top, that is to satisfy the customer not only through early delivery of software. What is the example of early delivery of software? In the early example, when we said, when we are delivering software, 3 months we are delivering software. Let us take an example of OTT. Okay, OTT. So in 1 year, how many movies released in the market? Now all of you will be alive. How many released in the market? In one language, maybe around 40 to 50, something like Tollywood or Bollywood or something. Okay, 40 to 50 movies, simple at an average. Now, if I am following traditional waterfall model, what will I do? How will I release them on OTT? Tell me. You already know the answer. Yes. All at once. When? At the end of the year. Anyone interested to watch movies like that? Why? Because we are agile. We want things fast. Correct? So what they are doing? They have turned agile. What are they doing? One movie every month to keep you seated to the OTT. Netflix, aha, what? Oh, everything. Right? One guy will release one English movie, one guy will release Tollywood movie, one Bollywood movie. Now people are not even leaving Malayalam, Telugu, Tamil, Kannada, language doesn't matter. Subtitles are there, we will watch everything. Right? Language no bar. You'll watch everything, subtitles are there. Correct? What are they doing? They're doing agile. Netflix is the best example of agile company. Even the software development, they're doing agile way. Right? So they're releasing in bits and pieces. Web series, typical example. 2 or 3 seasons are there. Every 6 months, one season. We don't have time to attend 1 hour session. We have time to watch a 3-hour movie. We feel bored to watch a 3-hour movie. At a stretch, we take half an hour break. Without taking a 5-minute break, we watch a web series which is of 6 hours. Which is of 6 hours, right? We don't have time to watch a 3-hour movie at a stretch. We take a 15-minute break in between. But we watch a 6-hour, 8-episode web series with hardly 1 or 2 breaks in between. How we watch? Night out. Yes or no? Have dinner. Start the web series at 9 o'clock on a Friday night. Complete by 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. Doesn't matter. Complete it. Sleep. Wake up at brunch time. 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. Have a heavy brunch. One more web series. Web series marathon on the weekend. Right? Not on me. Even I do like that. Right? We do like that. Right? We don't have time. We don't have time to watch a 3-hour movie without a break. We feel tired. Right? We can't focus. We want a 15-minute break. But how are we able to watch a web series? There are more gripping. Right? They are more gripping. All right. So everyone is up to agile now. Even the OTT platform, they're not leaving us. Everyone, they release one movie every week. And promos for that. After 1 week, Friday, 12 p.m. or something, the movie is getting released on OTT. They keep advertising that also, right? Just to keep your attention on the movies. Okay. So our priority is to satisfy the customer. What are they trying, OTT people? To satisfy the customers like you through early and continuous delivery of not valuable software, movies. Right? Continuous delivery of movies. That's how they're keeping you glued to their OTT channels. Right? Welcoming change even late in development. Agile process harness change for a customer's competitive edge. What is this? welcoming change, requirements, even late in development. What does that mean? When we are asking for a change in waterfall model, when are we accepting the change? Only in the requirement gathering phase. After January, if you want a change, don't look at me. Come on next year, January. By the time we deliver the software, any change, we charge you extra, right? But now, here, what are we doing? In Agile, we are saying we're delivering software every, say, 1 month. Whatever change you want, come and tell me every 1 month. In which scenario customer is happy? Right? Second scenario, obviously. Because they want to keep up with the change. Because they have known currently that depending on the market scenario, they want a feature to be developed in a different way. But if it was developed in the earlier way, they wouldn't have liked it. The customer wouldn't have used it. Why do they need to go for a loss? Right? So we say, don't go for a loss. Come to us, tell the change, and we will accommodate that. And remember, this is the second one is completely misused by people who are against Agile. Completely misused by people. Why? Agile never says bring change anytime. You can bring change anytime. Is it written anywhere in this principle? What is it written? Even late in the development, even late. How late? That you'll understand when we're talking about Scrum. When you're doing a sprint, what is the duration of the sprint generally? 2 weeks. Oh, all of you already know. 2 weeks. So don't bring in changes between the 2 weeks of time. Rest of the product backlog that is there, make any change you want. It's up to you, free, open, make any change you want. But in the sprint backlog, few items that are there for 2 weeks, don't touch it. That's what we are saying the customer, right? That's what we are saying the customer. But even then we are too generous. We are saying, if you want to touch the sprint backlog, yes, you can touch it. But we are putting some conditions. On product backlog, no conditions. Do whatever change you want. But on the sprint backlog, small set of 10 items, if you want to change, we'll accommodate that. But set of conditions. If you satisfy or answer these questions, we'll allow you to change here also. Right? Now customer is much more happy. He's having a whole bunch of requirements. You need not think of anything at the beginning in January. February, nice idea comes and adds it to the backlog. March, 2 more ideas added to the backlog. April, 2 more ideas added to the backlog. That is even better for us. The backlog is not closed. For the software company, I have put team of 10 people on the project. These people, 10 people have worked here. I need not pay them. Customer is paying them. They have the job for the rest of the year. Another 2 years. Because customer is getting one by one idea, he's adding it to the backlog without knowing he's paying money every time. Because he's getting money from the customer. I am happy. My team is happy. My customer is happy. Customer's customer is also happy. Everyone's happy, right? Yes or no? That's why it makes everyone's life much easier and happier. Okay? See, Agile was not invented. They have thought differently. I'll tell you one simple example. Okay? What is this? Triangle, right? This is the triangle. Okay. So here we have three corners representing three variables. Three variables: scope, team, time. Scope, team, time. What is scope? The requirements are the scope. The requirements are the scope. What is team? People working on the team, not resources. We call them team members or people. What is time? The duration of the project. The duration of the project is the time. Now, these three variables, what is that traditional waterfall model trying to do, and what is that agile trying to do? Traditional waterfall model, they say fix the scope. Fix the scope. Out of three parameters, we can fix one or two parameters. They say fix the scope. Team and time can change. Okay. Team and time can change. Unfortunately, that did not work for them. The customer is not happy because of this one reason. You are trying to put a condition or a cap on the scope. Don't change it, right? That is what you are trying to do, and the customer is not happy about it. Ajay said, all right, you want that, we'll give it to you. What they did, they thought like this. Here is a solution. Here is a solution. What they did, we are the superheroes. They turned the triangle like this. Have you seen the advertisement for Mad Angels? This is not good. This is good. Exactly what they did here. Right? They turned it upside down. Now, what are the variables that are fixed? Team and time. What is the variable that is left open? Scope. Who is happy about it? Customer. That's what he wanted. That's what they gave him. You change the scope. We fix team and time. Now they're fixing two variables. 1 year time, we are fixing it to you. 10 members team, we are giving it to you. You pay the salaries. 1 year time, fix. You tell whatever requirements they'll develop and give it to you. Okay? If you tell a requirement that is nonsense, they will still build and give you without asking questions. You are at loss. Now, where is the responsibility? With the team or the customer? The responsibility is with the customer now. Because he should be much more responsible in giving good requirements. Right? Now he said, okay, if I give low priority requirements at the start of the year, I'm wasting my money. I'm wasting my money. How can I best utilize the money that I have? What he thought was, okay, I have 100 requirements, out of which 50 are high priority. What I will do, I will get it done in the first 6 months. Right? With these 50 requirements, I can get $1,000 from my customers every day. So I'll get these done first. Now the customer is putting his thought into the requirements. He is taking responsibility. He is giving high priority requirements first in the project. Right? So when they back to the OTT, when they release movies, they do publicity for top rated movies. But are they not releasing other movies? They're releasing n number of movies. But are they doing publicity for all the movies? Because if they tell you 10 movies that they're releasing this weekend, no one even know about the names of the movies. No one ever know it was released or not. Yes or no? They silently come to OTT. When we are bored, we watch all the top list Then we dig into this list, correct?
Yes.
The customer is also doing the same. He is getting the cream of the requirements implemented first. Top important requirements that is fetching him high value money. He is getting implemented first. He is using this as an advantage for him. Okay. Now rest of the year, if he is a really smart customer, first 6 months he gets the top important requirements implemented. Rest of the year, bug fixes for them, other priority requirements. Within 9 months, project completed, closed. They can close the project. But by the time he completes the first 6 months of requirements, he gets new ideas and he puts in the backlog. More important requirements are there. So that is ever going. Don't worry about your jobs, everything is safe. As long as a customer is happy, everything is safe. Movies will come and we'll keep watching, nothing will change. Okay, so what did these people do? They reverse the triangle. They reverse the triangle and they fix it 2 parameters. We are giving you a 10-member team for 1 year time. You have to pay their salaries for 1 year. Okay, now the scope up to you. Do whatever you want. But a small condition we are putting. Product backlog, you are free to change. Sprint backlog, few conditions. Pass, right? Everyone's happy. Any questions on this? Anyone? No?
Sir,
Perfect.
hello.
Welcome. Yes.
Sir, what is the difference between the second principle and the core value, fourth core value?
What is the difference? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll tell you something. There is no difference between principles and core values. Okay. Core values are the foundation and they expanded the 4 core values into 12 principles. They expanded the core values. Okay. First, what people do, if they want you to come to a movie, they'll give a promo, teaser, trailer, right? How much it is? Is it for 2 hours? 5 minutes, 30 seconds. Someone will jump from the cliff, cut. We don't know what happens. To watch that, where should we go? Spend 500 rupees, watch the movie. Right? Same thing that they're giving. They're giving trailer here, which is very fascinating, very interesting. Now, to watch these details, go back to the 12 principles. Okay? Go back to the 12 principles. Welcoming change, you are accepting change anytime, even late in the development cycle. Don't change the sprint backlog. That is what even late in the development. But what do project managers twist and tell this? They simply say, Agile says, you can change requirement anytime. Correct. But as Scrum Masters, what you should say?
You can only change the background.
Show it to me in the manifesto. Ask them, show it to me in the manifesto. Where is it written in the manifesto? You can change requirement anytime. First of all, they haven't read the manifesto. They don't know. Even if they go and search, they cannot find it because it is not there. Is it there? It's not there. What it is there, in fact, even late in the development cycle, the best they could get is here. They will read it overnight, search for the sentence and come back. Yes, I have read the manifesto, it is there. Then ask how late? How late? Outside the sprint backlog scope. Outside the sprint backlog scope, you can change. But within the sprint backlog scope, it can be changed only if it is higher priority than the sprint backlog items. Else, no. if you can prove that the new requirement is having higher value to the customer than the items, 10 items in the sprint backlog, then we are okay to take it up. If we have so much proof, why will even ask you? We can directly put it there. The manager doesn't have that. Right? Okay? Fine. Agile process harness change for customers' competitive edge. How can the customer sustain in the market, in his market? We are trying to help him in that way. Understood? We are trying to help the customer to stay up in the competition in his market. Deliver working software frequently from couple of weeks to a couple of months with the preference to a shorter time scale. Deliver working software as fast as possible to the customer. Okay, not very late, not too slow, as fast as possible. So ideally you should be delivering it. What is the sprint duration? Typical sprint duration is 2 weeks. So within 2 weeks time, you should target to deliver working software to the customers. You should target to deliver working software. So that is the goal of every sprint. Okay. What are we trying to deliver in the sprint? Working software. It may not be possible every time we deliver, right? But as far as possible, we should do that. From couple of weeks to a couple of months. Sometimes what happens is, if you want to release something to a customer, in the first sprint you have delivered, you have created a login screen. You deliver it to the customer. Is he happy about it? He'll type his username, password, login. Very good. What's next? Nothing is there. Is the customer happy? It's of no value to him. He's able to see a working software, but nothing is there after that. But you wait for 2 sprints. Login screen, home screen. There are some products on the home screen. You log in into OTT. No movies are there. Right? We're eagerly waiting for movies. So you watch there, you go there to see the movie list. You cannot watch movies, okay, but you have the movie list. They will create your, what you call, not upcoming. You create your wish list, right? Kind of thing. What is that called in OTT? Watch list, yes. Watch list, right? You can create a watch list, add movies to your watch list. As soon as they come into the OTT, first one to watch, right? That's what we create. We are giving value to the customer. Now his customers can start using the software. One point I missed here, through early and continuous delivery of valuable software. Not only delivering early is important, but continuously delivering software. Same example as the movies we saw, right? Not only one movie, important movie, but movies should come every 2 weeks, every 1 month. Movies should keep on coming. Otherwise, after 2 weeks, you will not watch Amazon Prime. You will shift to Netflix because he is releasing movie every 2 weeks. Amazon is not able to do that. Whoever is releasing, they will only be go there, right? Whichever OTT is releasing movies frequently, we go there, right? Has anyone watched Geo movies? Geo movies. Right? Maybe 1 or 2 nice movies, we'll watch that. After that, we go and watch that. All old movies only. No new movies. We will not even touch that. More than half of you don't know about Geo movies only. Why? Because new movies are not coming. New movies are coming only in Netflix, Amazon, like only 4 or 5 channels, right? Business people and developers must work together throughout the project. Who are business people? Customers and developers. What is the biggest challenge between developers and customers? Tell me.
Communication.
Interaction.
Exactly. Someone said correct. Communication. Unfortunately, both of them speak English, but none of them understand each other. Both of them speak English, none of them understand one another. Yes or no? Why? Just like if you take a movie example, a director is talking about a movie versus a common man is talking about a movie. Common man says this and that. When the director is talking, he does not even understand his language. Why? He's talking about how the movie is taken, what are the technical aspects of the movie that only people working in his area will understand. Common man, at least I can't understand, right? So that is the biggest gap between the developers and the business people, right? The end customer who is using the software and the developer, that is the gap. So that gap is filled by whom? That gap is filled by whom? The end customer who is using the software and the developers. There is lot of gap, knowledge gap. Who is filling that gap?
Business people.
Business people to some extent.
Scrum Master.
No.
Scrum Master.
BAs, product owners, product managers, these people. What are they? They're little bit better. They don't do anything fully. They know half of that, they know half of this. So we are taking advantage of those people. They understand little bit of what is happening on the technical side. They know little bit of what's happening on the business side. They are subject matter experts. They're expert in the domain. If it is a banking domain, if it is the insurance domain, healthcare domain, that domain they're expert at. They understand that. And they cannot write program. If they are writing program, they're superheroes. They cannot write program. All they can do is at least understand the language of the developers. They're little bit better. Okay, not completely better, little bit better. Now those people understand the customer. They translate the requirements in a language where developers can understand. But still I told little bit better, right? That knowledge gap is there. So what is the side effect of knowledge gap? What is the side effect of that knowledge gap? Bugs. Bugs. Defects in the software. They tell something, these people understand something, develop something else, and what the end result is not matching what is given. That is called a bug. That is called a defect in the software. Right? That knowledge gap is surfacing as defects. If that knowledge gap is not there, consider an example where developers are superhumans. They could understand completely what the customer wants and they can write software. Trust me, testers are not required. They can create software without one bug. Because they are not so knowledgeable, someone else is getting a job. They have created a whole ecosystem out of there. Functional tester, smoke tester, sanity tester, regression testing, system testing, end-to-end testing, performance testing, non-functional testing, security testing, penetration testing, ETL testing. How many testings are there? Right now I could tell 11. Mobile testing. All of you are doing mobile testing. Your mobiles are getting heated up. Watching YouTube, watching Amazon, everything. Mobiles are getting performance tested. Your mobiles are getting super, they're performing super good. All of you are doing performance testing on them. Especially weekend comes, gone, mobile is dead. It doesn't get a break, right? Just go to your mobile and see how much was your Screen time, screen awake time. Check how many hours it is there. You are awake 16 hours. That's because you are awake only 16 hours. If you are awake 18 hours, it would be 18 hours per day. Is it not? Okay, all right. We are back. Let's get started. One question, everyone. Hello? One question, everyone. What was the break time? How much was the break? 10 minutes. In this 10 minutes, how many YouTube shorts we could watch? I saw few people watching already. What was the number? Each short 30 seconds. 20 shorts you could watch. All right. Let's come back to the manifesto. Welcoming change. Did we complete it? Yes? No? Deliver working software. We completed that. Business people and developers must work together.
Yes, sir.
We completed that. Any questions, anyone? So who is that people who is acting as a bridge between the actual business people or customer to the developers? Scrum Master, completely wrong answer.
Business analyst.
Business analyst, product owners, product managers, sometimes project managers, unfortunately. They might not have sufficient domain knowledge, but still they try to bridge the gap. What happens? Bridges will collapse. That's what will happen. Build projects around motivated individuals, give them environment and support they need, trust them to get the job done. What is the meaning of this? Build projects around motivated individuals. Build projects around motivated individuals. What does it mean? When will you be motivated to do something? Something from it. What is that something? First thing, salary. Okay. Second thing, that is more than that. Something we do for free, but we put more interest than things we are getting money from. What is that?
Work-life balance.
Sorry?
Work-life balance.
Work-life balance. Okay.
Passion
Satisfaction. Okay. Comforts, facilities, attention.
or passion.
Passion.
Importance.
Also answer passion.
Importance.
All of you do a hobby.
Advice.
Most of you
Advice.
have
Job
a hobby,
security.
right?
Advice.
Why do you have that hobby? Does that hobby fetch you anything? Suppose learning guitar is a hobby, playing guitar. You go to guitar classes. You spend money on the classes. But is it fetching you anything? You may not be performing on a stage, but still you learn about it. Why?
Job security.
Interest, passion, right? There is something beyond money people do for, right? Yes, money is important, but we do few things with more interest, right? When you learn guitar, you don't think, okay, I have to spend half an hour, 30 minutes timer at guitar, I'll play guitar for 30 minutes. Stop. No, violin, musical instrument, any instrument. You don't even watch the time. You spend more effort on that, right? You volunteer at some place, at an organization, NGO. You spend a whole day on there. Do you get any money out of it? No. You get something called a satisfaction of helping other people, right? So when you are motivated to do that thing, when you really interest is, when you feel interested in that, right? So when you are interested in that, motivation comes naturally. When you are not interested, these external motivation factors are required. Appraisal, hike, increment, salary, one SMS that we like every month. Ting, 31st of the month, Your salary is credited on this bank. All the happiness in the world will be in our face, right? So happy, everyone, including me, because it's a 30 days of effort reflecting in one small sentence, right? Obviously, the next question is that it gets done, deducted, everything done in 1 week of time. EMIs, IMIs, everything gone. Shopping, everything 1 week gone. After that, again that 5,000, 10,000 left in the account for the whole month, right? The same thing, same story everywhere. Okay, so that is what is keeping us motivated. Okay, whatever. When we are working in this, the best thing about Scrum Master, what do you know? He'll get both. Not like other roles, he'll get both. He'll get money and he'll get job satisfaction also. He is not delivering anything, but he is enabling people to deliver and achieve something. He is setting up processes to help his team deliver the work, not once, not twice, sprint after sprint. Continuously is delivering work. The customer is happy. Customer will send an appreciation mail. Will he send it to the team directly? Most probably not. He will send it to the product owner. He will send it to the Scrum Master. He will convey it to the team. The team is learning something new. They worked under you as you are the Scrum Master of a team. 10 people are working under you, not under you, maybe with you, and you help them learn something new in the career, both technically, process-wise, and help them grow in their career. After 1 year, still they remember you. They might have worked with 10 Scrum Masters, but they'll remember you because you were the best, right? People still call you back and say, sir, we are here. That is what you taught us some time back. Because of that, we were here, right? People will remember you. That is the best thing about Scrum Master role. You are a paid teacher. You are a guide. You are a mentor. You are a lot of things to the people. You may not understand at that point in time. Most people will do the role. My job, facilitation of ceremonies, I am here. If that is what we are doing, we are taking the salaries, that is what we are doing. The team remains there, we remain there, no progress. You have to do something extra there. Okay. Build projects around motivated individuals, give them environment, support they need, and trust them to get the job done. What is the major difference between waterfall model and agile ways of working? One word tells in this, one word in this principle tells that. Which word is that? Everything is there everywhere. One word is missing.
Motivated individuals.
Trust. Trust is missing there. If your manager was trusting you, he will not come and peek into your laptop every half an hour. Are you watching YouTube or not? He will not ask you for daily status report. He will not ask you for monthly status report, weekly status report. He will not ask. He will not come and ask you 10 times, what about the release? Are we on track or not? That is because he does not trust you. Trust factor is missing. We do not trust our manager either. Do we trust him? He says you have done very well. Good job. You have got appreciation from your client. What do you say? Very good. Thank you so much. Please put it in an email. Right? We ask him, please put it in an email. I have a reference for that. Tomorrow during appraisal time, you will forget this sentence. I will show you that email and remind you. Yes. You should do that. So manager comes, says, ask him to put in an email. Tomorrow during appraisal time, you can refer those emails and say, this is the good work I've done throughout the year. So many appraisal mails I got. Otherwise, no hike. 1 more year gone. Right? Be careful with that. So that is missing in the traditional waterfall model. People don't trust one another. Here we are ensuring trust is there. People trust within the team. One member trusts another member. When he asks for help, other member help them. And when this person needs help, that person will definitely come and help, right? If we don't help others now, why would they come and help us later? Any questions here? No? The most efficient and effective method of conveying information to and within development team is face-to-face communication. Does it ring any bells? Have you heard about this anywhere? Where?
Individuals and interactions.
Where?
Individuals and interactions. That core value.
Individuals and interactions is given higher weightage over processes and tools, right? So this is nothing but expansion of the 4 core values. Okay. The most effective and efficient way, the best way of communication is personal interaction. Why is it personal interaction and not through chat and emails? I told you one example sometime back also. Anyone? Yes, what is the example? Yes. If someone smiles, you understand, you see that physically. If you're talking to them on phone, you don't unless you're doing a video chat, right? So when the other person is conveying information to you, he conveys only this much in words and sentences, this much through the body language. That is more important. Lot of information is conveyed through the body language. You say, I'm very happy. I'm very happy with you. On phone, can you make a difference? Directly, can you make a difference? Yes. He's telling one thing, he's thinking something else, right? That is the importance of body language, right? So that is why the most effective and efficient way of communication is face-to-face interaction. Within a development team, what does this mean? Inside a development team, what are the roles are there? We'll talk about it a little bit later. Development team, product owner, Scrum Master, 3 people. Within them, when they're talking to one another, we have to have a face-to-face communication. That's how we are understanding one another. Now, that is why what is recommended for Scrum teams? Scrum team should be co-located teams. What is the meaning of co-located? In the same location, in a physical geographic location, the team should be co-located so that all of them can go to the same office and work and do face-to-face communication. Okay? Conveying information to a Scrum team. Why this is important? Scrum team is communicating within themselves. That is good. 2, from external parties to the Scrum team. Who are the external parties? Client, customer, stakeholders, and number of people are out there. All those are communicating to the Scrum team. That is also face-to-face communication is preferred. Any questions here?
How could we make it more effective in distributed team then?
Sorry, how can you?
How could we make this principle more effective in distributed team?
Okay. If you are staying outside, or
Yeah.
in your hometown, if you miss someone in your family, what do you do? Yes.
Sorry, sir. What is?
Do a video call, right? If you miss someone in a family, you do a video call.
Yeah,
Same thing here. Face-to-face communication, how are we enabling? Through
video call.
video calls and technology.
Yeah,
Okay,
okay.
thank you. All right. Working software is the primary measure of progress. Did you read this somewhere? Working software is the primary measure of progress. Which of the core values? What does the second value say? You are smart. You don't remember the value. You remember the number. You're saying 1, 2, and 3. Working software over comprehensive documentation. In the example I told in the before this break, giving the customer a set of documents, can he judge what is the progress on the made on the software? If customer gives me 10 features to develop, I give him 2 features developed back as working software. Can he measure the progress? Yes. 2 by 10 into 100. How much completed? 20%. Good with math. Okay. So working software is the primary measure of progress. How are we measuring the progress? Because working software is something and only thing that the customer is using, not the documentation, not any other thing. So we are counting our progress on that working software. Okay. On that working software, we are measuring the progress. Any questions? Agile processes promote sustainable development. The sponsors, developers, and users should be able to maintain a constant pace indefinitely. Lot of technical terms, lot of people are there in this one principle. Let us break it down into small pieces. Agile processes. What are the examples? Agile processes. Scrum, Kanban, and so on. Okay. Promotes sustainable development. What is sustainable development? You have been hearing the word sustainable in the TV everywhere. What is sustainable? What is the meaning of that?
Last longing.
Sorry?
Last longing.
Long lasting. Okay. Adaptable. Okay. Any other answers?
Within capacity.
Sustainable, friendly capacity, constant.
Within capacity.
What capacity?
It should not be beyond their capacity.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Growth oriented.
Using old resources. Okay.
The developed software is always in use.
Stable.
Right. Sustainable is somewhat close to what most of you said. Okay. I'll tell you 2 examples. Okay. Is fossil fuel a sustainable source of energy? What is fossil fuel now? Petrol, diesel.
Coal, petrol.
Sustainable source of energy. Why? It will get exhausted someday. Next 10 years, 20 years, no fossil fuel, done. Right? But is solar energy sustainable source of energy?
No.
No.
Yes.
At least as long as we are alive, sun will be there. That I can guarantee. After 200 years, I cannot guarantee. At least for so long, sun will be there. Right? It's a sustainable source of energy. It is never ending. Okay? It is never ending. Agile processes promote sustainable development. Now, what is sustainable development? You should be able to continue on the same process for a long time. Okay? Like that, you should be able to continue for a long time. What is an example of that? In your real life, for example, sorry,
Learning.
Green energy. Meaning green label, red label. All right. Okay. So just kidding. Okay. So basically, we are trying to put things that can never stop. For example, if you are working for 8 hours a day and continuing that, typical person like be it a government employee, any employee working for 8 hours a day, how long is he able to continue his career? Our parents and all up to 60 years. They started somewhere at 25. They were doing this 60 years. What is the duration of their work experience? 30-35 years. So was it sustainable or not? If it was not sustainable, they would not have continued so long, right? At 60 also, why did they stop? Because people are getting old, do not have sufficient energy. That is why they're stopping, not because they don't have energy to put up with 8 hours of work. And also second reason, they have to give opportunity to the next set of people. If they continue forever, who will work in the next set of people, right? Okay. Huh? Updated version, right? We are the updated versions. All right. So like this, meaning you are working at a certain amount of time, you are able to continue like it forever. Okay. For example, second example, if you are working in a hectic project, okay, your manager is making you work day and night. You are working 18 to 20 hours a day. Is it a sustainable mode of work? You can work for 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. After that, what happens? One thing, resignation, one option. In between, what you will do? What is the side effect of that? Sick leave. Sick leave. We fall sick. He was getting 16 hours earlier, 0 hours now because we are on sick leave. Right? So that is not a sustainable mode of development. Okay. One more classic example. Right from your childhood, maybe if you're watching one movie a week, only one movie in a week, you can watch it like that forever. Okay. Like marathons that you are doing with web series, if you watch web series for 8 hours at a stretch, how long can you do like that? It is not sustainable. That is why they also want to give you a break to make it sustainable. They will release only one season every 6 months, not every 1 week. Right? So it is sustainable only when you do something in limit. If you cross that limit, it's not sustainable. Right? It's not sustainable. So everyone understood what is the meaning of sustainable? So agile processes promote sustainable development, meaning whatever process you use, can be run for a long period of time. The sponsors, developers, users should be able to maintain a constant pace indefinitely. Everyone, the sponsors who are funding the project, developers who are writing the programs and testing it, the users, the customers who are using the software should be able to maintain that pace forever. Should be able to maintain that pace forever. Okay. Someone asked a question. So what happens in a sprint and a marathon? In a sprint, how many meters does a sprint last? Meters. Generally 100 meters. Okay. People are running at their top speed for how long? 100 meters. Marathon, how many kilometers? Full marathon. Anyone? 10 kilometers. It's less than half marathon. 30 kilometers. Full marathon. Someone close 40.
50.
42 kilometers. 42 kilometers full marathon. Okay. So people who are running marathon, what is the difference from people who are running sprint? How many times it is to sprint? How many times 42 kilometers when compared to 100 meters? 420 times. 420 times. If they run at the speed at which this guy is running 100 meter sprint, can they complete a marathon? Within 100, 200 meters, he'll collapse. Right? Yes or no? Yes. But the marathon, a guy who is completing a marathon is running 42 kilometers without taking a break. And he is not walking, he is eating chaat and samosa in between and doing like that. He is also running at a constant pace. Right? He is also running at a constant pace and continuing that till the end. Yes or no? Right? That's not at all easy. That's not at all easy. Practice. But he proved that it is possible, right? So what he is doing is he is reducing the speed. With that speed, he is going able to go for a longer distance. Okay, that is what we are doing. We are trying to reduce the speed. At the controlled speed, we are trying to go long distance. Okay. The guy who is running the sprint, after he completes the sprint, for the next, till the next one day, he can't run. Right? Within the same time, within one day, he is completing, within 2-3, how much time they complete? Around 4 hours? 4 or 5 hours, they complete a marathon. 5 hours into 42 kilometers, think at what speed they're running. 5 or 6 kilometers per hour. Continuously running for 4 hours. Okay, that's what we are creating is constant pace indefinitely. Ideally, when we are working at 8 hours per day and all, we should be able to continue at that pace for a long time. Okay. Team members will not get exhausted. Team members will not fall sick. Team members will continue to work. Any questions here? Continuous attention to technical excellence and good design enhances agility. What is this complex principle? Continuous attention to technical excellence. Not really. Continuous attention to technical excellence. Whatever we do the first time, however small it is, we are trying to give our best. It's not that we complete something for now. You see, tomorrow we'll do it a little bit better. Tomorrow we'll fix it later. We'll try to finish it now. Tomorrow we'll fix it. That attitude doesn't work. That attitude doesn't. Whatever we are doing today, we should give our best. With the possible time, within the limited time, what best we can give. That we should give now. The developer says he is writing the program. He says, I know that there are 3 bugs here, but I'll fix it later. The tester will not find them, I'll fix it later. He will never get time later on. Why? We are running back-to-back sprints. There is no gap in between 2 sprints. Monday to Sunday, is there any day in between Sunday and Monday? Week runs, continuously week runs, right? Same way sprint also runs continuously, no break in between. Okay, you will not get time to do it later. Right? So whatever we are trying to do now, whatever program 2 lines of program I am trying to do now. With my best knowledge, I'll try to do the best program now. Okay, I will not leave anything for later on. That is technical excellence. Whatever we are putting in our best efforts to develop something. And good design enhances agility. What is good design? Is someone bored of my class and putting some other channel out there? What is playing out there?
As per
Just
the
only.
content.
Netflix. Cricket match. Cricket match out there.
Just not close, but before it was cricket.
All right, let's continue. Continuous attention to technical excellence. Whatever we are trying to do, we are putting in our best efforts now. And good design, not only developing the software, we are putting best efforts in designing the software. Now, whatever small story that we are developing, that enhances agility. What is agility? Flexibility, right? Agility is flexibility. If we do our best now, tomorrow that will be flexible. Okay? If we do patchwork now, it will be like patchwork only. Okay? This is super important. Simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done is essential. And if you see this principle, it is written in a slightly different way than rest of the principles. Right? Why? Simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done is essential. How do you read this principle? First, let us say how do we read it, and then we'll understand about it. It should be read in 2 parts. One is simplicity is essential. Simplicity is essential. Second one, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done is essential. Okay? Simplicity is essential. Whatever we are trying to do, we are trying to keep it simple. That you will learn with an acronym in XP. Keep it simple, stupid. Okay? There is an acronym in XP. Keep it simple, stupid. Okay? It's a short form for KISS, right? That is acronym in XP. You can search for it. Okay? Not now, after the class. The art of maximizing the amount of work not done is essential. What is maximizing the amount of work not done? Amount of work done is essential, that everyone understands. What is maximizing the amount of work not done?
If we repeat our code, that is more effort. Instead, if we do a simple design and avoid that additional effort, that's amount of work not done.
Identifying the amount of work that is not required. Identifying the amount of work that is not required. Okay? That is the waste in the system. That is the waste in the system. If we remove that, our processes are super efficient. Our processes are super efficient. Okay? What is an example of that? If you go and apply something at any office, say government office, okay, you fill in application form and submit it. How much time, consider a bank where most of you are familiar, how much time do you think they actually spend on the time? If you're applying for a loan, okay, they have to verify 10 documents of yours and they have to approve a loan. 3 levels of approval. How much time do you think they actually spend on that approval process? Consider on the higher side, 3 hours. They're reviewing every document front to back to front, upside down, everything. Consider that. And approve the loan. 3 hours. But how much time they're actually taking? 10 2 weeks or maybe 10 to 12 working days. Now they become super efficient. Earlier they were taking 1 month or 2 months also. Now they become much better. They're approving in 2 weeks time. Okay, that is for a home loan. For example, for a personal loan, how much time do you think? Personal loan.
1 day.
Maybe 1 or 2 days.
1 day.
Maximum 2 to 3 working days, they will approve the loan and credit the money in your account. What is the difference? They're following the same steps, same verification, same validation, everything. Why are they taking 3 days here and why are they taking 10 days over there?
Rate of interest.
Rate of interest is high, okay. But the process is the same, right? What they are doing actually at the bank, those steps are pretty much the same.
They do not want to lose the customer.
Sorry?
They do not want to lose the customer.
They don't want to lose the customer, yes.
They might do the process.
Because the actual work time on that application takes 2 to 3 hours. That's what we saw. But even then they're taking 2 to 3 days. The rest of the time is the waiting time. That is the waiting time. If you are able to minimize that, then our processes are super efficient. Okay. You went to the ticket counter to book a train ticket. Okay. You went just before lunch. You went there at 1 o'clock or so. He has put the lunch board and went for lunch. He has come after half an hour. So half an hour you have waited there. But does it mean that he was entering your details in the computer for half an hour? The processing time is how much? 2 to 3 minutes. But how much time you spent waiting over there? 30 minutes, right? Half an hour. So that is then waste of time for everyone. No one needs that. No one likes that. So if we are able to reduce that time, we can make our processes far efficient. So that is what we are trying to do. Things that are not required, things that we do that is not required, things, the waiting time, all these things, if we are reducing, we are making our processes super efficient. If you call and apply for a bank, within 2 hours, a loan is credited in your account after the document verification. After you submit the document, within 2 hours, a loan is credited. Are you happy or not? There is a possibility to do that. But we have to remove all the things that are not required. Anyone, maybe your batch might not be aware, your parents might have applied for a home loan sometime 10 to 12 years back. Ask them, whoever has applied, how many signatures they have made on the home loan application. Ask them. They will say 80 signatures. 80. The final document was this much fat. Now they've reduced that size to 10 documents. Less than 20 signatures and your home loan is done. Right? 80 documents, 80-page document signatures, they have reduced to 10-page document in less than 20 signatures. That's not so easy. Cut down few pages and make it a 10-page document. They have to go through each and every step. The steps that are repeating, the steps that are not required, they have to keep eliminating those paragraphs. Over time, over the last 10 to 12 years, they've made it 10 pages document. Reducing that size should not increase the risk of the bank. Correct? So that is simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done is essential. You have to identify the amount of work that is not required for the actual process and remove it from the system. Okay. The best architectures, requirements, and designs emerge from self-organizing teams. What are the best architectures, requirements, and designs emerging from self-organizing teams? Here, team is the center of everything. You give them requirements, you tell them what you require, rest leave it to them. You trust them to get the work done. They will think around the requirement, how best the customer can use it. They will develop that. If you create a team that is so much independent, have all the capabilities to work and deliver the software, that is a self-organizing team. What are the skills that are there in a development team? Who are all required in a development team? Forget about the
Developers and testers.
Developers, testers, DevOps engineers, admin.
so many technical names, okay? Person who is giving the requirement, person who is writing the software, person who is verifying the software, putting the software in the production. 3 or 4 people. Person who is writing the requirements, business analyst or product owner. Person who is writing the requirements as a software developer. That we divide into various categories like architect, developer, and all this stuff. Person who is testing the software, tester, and someone is putting the software in the production. That is the operations team. Okay. Now there are teams that can do everything. Super teams. What are they called? What is that one person who is called who can do everything except writing the requirements? There is one word for it. Very famous word.
Scrum Master.
No, it doesn't even write one line of code.
Product owner.
Technical term.
Full stack developer.
Yes. Full stack developer. Full stack developer. They can understand the requirements, do the design, write the program, test the program, write the automations for automation testing for the program, do the performance testing, and release it in production. They can do everything end to end. They can do the role of so many people. That's why they take salary of 3 or 4 people also. They can do end to end. The product owner gives the requirement. They are responsible for delivering the requirement in production. He will read the requirement. He will understand it. He will design, write the program, both front end, back end, everything. Test it, manual testing, automation testing, write the automation scripts, deploy it in production. Those are full stack developers. There are teams with only 4 or 5 developers. Still, they're delivering better than 2 or 3 other non-full stack developer teams. Every person takes one user story, done, deliver in production, end to end. He doesn't need any other help. But organizations cannot afford such people, such teams. Most organizations go for specialized roles, meaning architecture, developer, front-end developer, back-end developer, tester, automation tester, with these roles, and they manage the work, most of the organizations. Okay, so, sorry, little bit louder.
Overall, the work is done by one person and we are
Yes, more. Great. Is great. Yes. Obviously, he has put so much effort in learning all the things, the front end development, the back end development, the testing, everything is able to do. That is why they getting paid high. Out of 10 software, 100 software engineers, 1 or 2 people are only full stack. They have the interest, they have the passion. That is why they can do all those things. Right? All right, let's get back here. At regular intervals, okay, time out. Okay, at regular intervals, team reflect on how to become more effective, then tunes and adjusts its behavior accordingly. What is the one word for this? What is the one word for this?
Prospective.
At regular intervals, the team reflects on how to become more effective, then tunes and adjusts its behavior accordingly. I'll give you a hint. It is a ceremony. What is that one ceremony? You know what is a ceremony?
Sprint
Sprint retrospective. Sprint retrospective. What is retrospective? We'll see in some time. I'll give you a brief hint about it, okay? Sprint retrospective, the development team works for 2 weeks, delivers a software, correct? That everyone understands. Now, they work for 2 weeks and deliver the software. Now, what they do, they spend 1 hour of time to see how they worked and delivered the software. What are the processes they used? What are the things they actually did very well? What are the things they did not do well? Those things they will try to understand about themselves and do it better next time. Are we doing that? We do it in a daily life. Okay. For example, if you're going to office, we start at 10 o'clock. We get stuck in a peak traffic in the hot sun. So tomorrow we learn a lesson. What? Not to go to office. Start early. We adapt ourselves. How do we adapt? By tomorrow we have learned one lesson. Start early. We start at 9:30. The traffic is little bit better than 10 o'clock, but still it's bad. Tomorrow, start little bit early, 9 o'clock. It's much better now. Okay? 9 o'clock is much better now. So what we do, we fix for 9 o'clock. I'm going to office at 9 o'clock only. Not late than that. We start at 6 o'clock in the evening from office to home. We get stuck in bad traffic. We start either late or early and then adjust the time. So that's how we are adjusting our behavior from the lesson that we learned in the previous day to become more effective. We don't want to spend 1 hour in the traffic. We want to spend only 15-20 minutes. So based on that, we are adjusting our time at which we start. Following? We are done with the 12 principles of the Agile Manifesto. So 2 hours back, I told you, learn 2 numbers. I'll teach you everything in 2 hours. What are the 2 numbers? 4 core values and 12 principles. What are the 4 core values now? In sync. Completely out of sync. Okay, I will repeat. Individuals and interactions over processes and tools. Working software over comprehensive documentation.
Customer
collaboration over contract negotiation. Responding to change over following a plan. Perfect. And 12 principles. No one asks you to by heart the principles, but at least you should know the essence of the principles, and at least 1 or 2 principles you should know by heart. Because you can tell them what is your favorite principle. You have to tell that principle and tell why it's a favorite principle in the interview. At least one or two favorite principles, learn the principle, understand each and every word in the principle, and relate it to an example. That's how you tell in an interview. All right. So this is done. Manifesto closed. Now, what should we start?
Sir, I have one doubt.
Okay.
Can you give me the example and that principle where it is called in burn chart and velocity?
Sorry.
Velocity and burn chart.
Velocity and burn
What
down
the
chart.
principle?
Okay. I think
Yes,
like those
what
are
the
little bit
principle?
advanced concepts. After Scrum, we'll be able to answer that. If we talk about them now, most people may not follow. Okay. All right.
Okay, okay.
Let's talk about Scrum. Yes. Okay. Scrum. I'll teach you Scrum. It's very simple. Now also you have to remember numbers. How many numbers this time? 4 numbers. If you remember 4 numbers, I'll teach you Scrum. What are the 4 numbers? 4 different numbers. Difficult to remember, right? 4 different numbers. I'll make it even easier for you. Remember only 2 numbers. Remember only 2 numbers. I'll teach you Scrum. What are the 2 numbers? 3, 5. 2 numbers. But you want to make them 4. How? Repeat each number. 3 2 times. 3 3 5 5 and 5. So
3 5
remember
3
these
5.
4 numbers. 3 3 5 and 5.
I mean, you mean 353, sir? 335.
3 5 3 5.
Okay.
Okay. Scrum, how do we learn? 4 numbers. Okay. 3 3 5 5. Remember that? Remember that for 1 hour I will teach you about Scrum. Between that, before that, I'll tell you small introduction. Okay. So, how many of you are interested to get a job? Only 10 people or
Everyone.
no, people are lazy to raise their hands.
Everyone.
People are lazy to raise their hands. You don't want to raise your hand, you want a job. They don't want to raise their hand, they want a job. That is not fair. Okay. All right. All of you, right? Okay. So consider so many people are there. There are n number of people from other institutes, from outside the market, from YouTube, what they've learned. Everyone is coming and applying, right? There are 100 people, 100 are here only. There are 1,000 people coming and applying for a job, right? For one job. How do you differentiate between these people? As an interviewer, I have only one job. How do I can't take interviews for 1,000 people, waste of my time. How do I filter them? Skill sets. Everyone is, if they know that name, that's enough. Scrum, Kanban, XP, YP, everything they'll put. That term is not there also. They'll put it inside. I'll get out whether it's there or not. right? Nexus, forum wall, everything they'll put, right? But how do I differentiate? How do
Interview.
I cut down on the resumes? 1,000 resumes I get, how do I shortlist them? Okay, I put like first criteria, whoever got BTech 70% cut off. 500
Certification.
I have 500
PSM
resumes.
certification.
I have 500 resumes in my hand now. 500 is still a large number. Okay.
Certification.
So I want people who have experience. People who are having experience and applied, I will cut down on that. 300. Now, these 300 people, somewhat manageable number. All are Scrum Masters, all are doing. Now what I do next level? Certifications, technical certifications. People who have done certification in this area, those will start filtering out. Now around 150 resumes are there. It's a manageable number. What I'll do, I'll put a written test, online written test for these 150 people. I'll filter out 50 people and call for interview. From 1000 number, I could filter out 50 people. If your resume is not getting filtered and you're not making it to the interview, how do you get a job? First of all, your resume should get filtered. If you sit in the interview, later think about you answer the questions or not, that's a different story. But without sitting in the interview, you can't get a job. Right? You have to sit in the interview and face the interview, and then you have prepared for 4 months. You know everything and you're able to answer everything. But to answer that, you have to sit in the interview seat, right? What takes you till there? All of you have done your degree. So first qualification you have. Most of you have done good. Papers are becoming very easy. Most of you have scored 70+ and all, right? Now the choice will become more and all, right? Good. What next? Is the differentiating factor. That is the certifications. Earlier, one company was there, 2 companies were there. Now so many companies are there. Because that is what is giving. Tell me, how do you tell the company, the XYZ software company, that you know about Scrum? Why should they come and trust you? Why should they come and trust you? They don't trust you. But whom they trust? They trust a third party who is issuing a certification. Because they know people who have done that certification, they know at least this much of information. They have learned through that. They have taken an exam and they have passed the exam. Now, once they once they know that, they say, okay, this guy has completed this certification, meaning he has gone through a certain training, he has some knowledge, and he has completed that. Okay, it's better we spend our time on that guy, interviewing that guy, because he has better chances of answering our questions. Right? That is how you get your resume selected or shortlisted. If you don't do that, first chance only it's gone for you, right? First, try to get your resume shortlisted. Add certifications on your resume, because those organizations trust the third party that is issuing the certifications. All right. So whatever lessons, whatever things you have learned in today's session and what you're going to learn tomorrow, it's not a waste of time. You should get some benefit out of it, right? Obviously, you're getting the knowledge, but that knowledge you cannot show to the other company. How can you show? With a certification, right? So that is why with whatever you learned in today and tomorrow, you can complete one certification with that. With that basic knowledge, you can complete one certification. All right. So what are the 4 numbers? You forgot already? 3355, right? 4 numbers. With that, I'll teach you everything. Everyone remember this? 2 triangles. Remember? If you forget this, remember mad angles. Okay, remember mad angles. To turn that is what Agile did. All right. So I told you 3. Very good. What is 3355? 4 numbers. Wow. Now comes the fun. So 3 roles in Agile, 3 artifacts, 5 ceremonies, another 5
Values.
values. If you know these 4, you know about Scrum. Before knowing about these 4, what is Scrum? What is Scrum? It's a framework, yes. Why do we need it?
To follow
Because
agile process.
you have to become Scrum Master.
Methodology.
We need some framework to work on, right? So we are learning about Scrum. Okay. Scrum is a framework that has 3 attributes. What are they? Scrum is easy. Scrum is simple, in fact, simple, easy to understand,
Flexible.
but difficult to master. Okay. Simple, a framework that is simple, a framework that is easy to understand, but difficult to master. Okay. All right. Let's refer that later on. For now, let's understand about the 4 numbers. 3355. What are the 3 roles? Most of you already know.
Product owner, Scrum Master,
We are
Scrum
lazy, right? We will write PO. PO means
Product owner,
Scrum Master, SM. Dev team,
Scrum team,
right? So 3 roles. Product owner, PO, Scrum Master, SM, Dev team. What are the 3 artifacts?
Transparency, inspection. Sorry. Product backlog.
Product backlog,
product owner,
Sprint
product owner is
backlog.
done, madam.
Sprint backlog.
Sprint backlog,
Increment.
product increment.
Product increment.
3 artifacts, 3 roles, 3 artifacts. Product owner, Scrum Master, Dev team. 3 artifacts, product backlog, sprint backlog, product increment. What is 5? 5 ceremonies.
Sprint planning.
sprint planning,
Sprint planning
sprint review,
in order.
Daily scrum.
Daily stand up.
Yeah.
What else?
Review.
Sprint review.
sprint review,
Sprint review.
Sprint review.
Sprint retrospective.
Sprint retrospective.
sprint backlog refinement,
What is the 5th one?
Backlog refining.
backlog refinement,
No.
itself.
Backlog refinement is perfectly wrong. Sprint itself is the 5th ceremony. What are the 5 values?
Focus, respect,
Openness. Courage.
openness, courage, respect,
commitment,
Commitment.
courage,
Courage,
Openness.
commitment,
focus,
Openness.
Openness.
Openness. Okay. So this is about Scrum. If you know these three numbers, two numbers, you will learn everything. Okay. So what are the three roles? Product owner, Scrum Master, Dev team. Three artifacts: product backlog, sprint backlog, product increment. What are the 5 ceremonies? Sprint planning, daily stand-up, sprint review, retrospective, and sprint itself. What are the 5 values? 5 Scrum values: focus, respect, courage, commitment, openness. That is Scrum. As simple as this. This is Scrum. All right. But learning these things will take little bit of time. Maybe few hours, 2-3 hours. We'll spend on this and learn this. Right? 2-3 hours we'll spend on this and learn the framework.
So sir, these are Scrum 5 values, right?
Sorry.
These are Scrum 5 values, correct?
Correct.
5 values of Scrum. And earlier what we learned 4 values that were Agile.
Those are 4 core Agile values.
4 core Agile values.
4 core Agile values.
Okay.
Now, how do you differentiate that? I will show you. What did I say? Under this umbrella, Agile umbrella, what are we having? Scrum,
Kanban,
Kanban,
Safe, XP,
XP,
Lean.
Safe.
Safe,
Safe,
Scrumban.
Crystal.
Scrumban,
Crystal.
Crystal, okay. All right. So everything are falling under the Agile umbrella. All these things. Is waterfall model falling here? No. Why?
No.
Because we have learned about 2 numbers. 4 core values, 4 Agile core values, 12 Agile principles. Now what we are learning, these 5 values are Scrum values. Both are same. Both are not same. All right. Now everyone got the difference?
Sir, if you could just explain about the artifacts once again, elaborate.
Elaborately about?
Artifacts, I mean, you have wrote the short forms, no?
No, I am not able to follow. Can you come again?
Could you please let me know the full forms of PBSP?
Okay, full forms of PO and all. Okay, for everyone's convenience, I'm writing the full forms here. Product backlog, sprint backlog, product increment. Any other short forms are there? No. All right. Let's learn about the 3 roles. You pick whatever you want to learn. We will learn about that. Where do you want to start?
PO.
Roles, ceremonies, values, or artifacts?
Roles, ceremonies.
I know most of you will tell either roles or artifacts. Why? 3 only, right? Okay. Let's start with roles. Who is the product owner? Owner of the product, that is correct. That is correct. That is correct. That is right. Owner of the product backlog is called the product owner. He is correct. Okay. He is the owner of the product. That doesn't mean he can sell the product, right? Of the customer. He is the owner of the product backlog artifact. He is the owner of the product backlog artifact. Okay. Who is the Scrum Master?
Felicitator.
Process owner.
Facilitator.
Process owner.
Who brings all the teams together and conduct meeting.
Servant leader.
He is not the owner of sprint backlog. He is not the owner of sprint backlog. Okay.
Responsible.
He is the
Who is
leader
the
who
owner of
serves.
sprint backlog?
Is principal for all the events.
Scrum Master. He is the owner of the processes.
Leader who serves.
Scrum Master is the owner of the processes. He feels like he has everything in his hand, but he has nothing in his hand. Okay. He feels like everything there in his hand, but he has nothing in his hand. Okay. All right. Dev team, development team. What they do?
Work.
They write the programs. Testing the programs, writing and testing the programs. Okay. So now you understood what does the product owner do? He gives the requirement. Development team, what they do? Develop and test the requirements. What does the Scrum Master do? He will tell both of them how to do things. He will tell them how to do things in a better way. Okay.
Coach kind of thing.
Coach kind of thing, yes.
And he also in impediments.
Is also
Involved
impediment
in-
remover.
Yes.
We'll talk about the terminology and all. Okay. So he's giving the guidance, mentor, coach. Okay.
Does Scrum Master have technical knowledge?
Does the Scrum Master need to have a technical knowledge? No. Yes or no?
No.
Yes or no?
Yes.
No. It would be
Little bit.
good if
Yes,
we
he
have.
should know
How
what
many
is
yes?
We
going
should
on.
know.
How many from the room say yes? Lift your hands, raise your hands. How many of you say yes? 1, 2, 3, 4 people say yes. Okay. And 4 more participants. 8 out of how many people? 8 out of 200 people say yes. How many of you say no? Only 4 or 5 people. What about rest? Yes or no? If you say yes and no, raise both your hands. How many say yes and no? How many of you say yes and no? 1 person.
No.
2 persons, right? That is the correct answer. That is the correct answer. Right? A Scrum Master, it is good to have a technical knowledge. Even though without technical knowledge, he can execute his role, but it is good to have a technical knowledge. Okay? Unfortunately, whoever 2 people raise their hands, that's the correct answer. All right. So product owner is giving the requirements. Development team is developing that requirements in terms of working software. Scrum Master is telling them how to do them using Scrum or Kanban or any other framework. Okay. So now, who has to learn more in these 3 roles? Dev team. What are they learning?
Programming
Only programming
Coding.
Only programming knowledge. And requirement product owner is learning. What does the Scrum Master have to learn? Everything here. Everything he has to learn here. Otherwise, he has to learn everything here. and become an expert here. Otherwise, how can you teach the other roles? Okay. If he is not learning everything and becoming the expert, how can he teach others? Right? Shall we learn about 5 ceremonies now?
Sir.
BA comes under dev team,
Someone
right?
is saying Baboy already. We learn about 3 artifacts and stop the session. Okay. We learn about 3 artifacts.
This BA comes under dev team only, right?
If you're not speaking, please go on mute. Shanmuka, you raise your hand. Any questions? Is he here? Okay, I'll take it as a no. What are the 3 artifacts? Harish. Okay, what are the 3 artifacts? Product backlog, sprint backlog, and product increment. Once the product owner writes a requirements, he has to put them somewhere, right? So that is called as product backlog. He is writing the requirements and putting them somewhere. That place is called product backlog. And that product backlog, how many requirements is having? So many requirements, right? Can the team develop a working software out of those requirements in a 2 weeks time? Not possible, right? So what does the team do? Only take a few of them. That is a subset of them, meaning only few of the requirements that the product owner writes, few of them the team will take. What that is called? Sprint backlog. Because we take it into a sprint, we are calling it as sprint backlog. Easy to remember. When we take input as a sprint backlog in requirements in the form of a sprint backlog as input to a sprint, what is the output of a sprint? Working software. What is that working software called? Here, technical term. What is the technical term?
Goal.
Product increment. The answer is there on your screen. Product increment.
Product increment.
That working software delivered at the end of the sprint is called a product increment. Not following? Little bit technical, right? Forget about this. We'll learn with real example. Okay? We'll learn with real example. So you understood the 3 roles? Nothing to understand. What they do, we know. Responsibility is good. Now there are 3 artifacts. Okay? 3 artifacts. So what would be a good example? Product backlog.
Sir, product backlog will be written by product owner, right? Or if Scrum
Product
Master
backlog,
cannot.
the owner of the product backlog is product owner.
Okay.
Okay.
And sprint backlog will be written by Scrum Master.
No.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
This dev team includes BA also, right?
Just wait, just wait. Don't move ahead. DSU, okay. Daily stand-up. Okay. So let us take an example of product backlog. Okay. Let us take an example of product backlog. So
Can we take WhatsApp as a product?
What all of us are familiar with, something I was thinking, I've got an example, okay? So all of us are familiar with what? Biryani? Most of us are familiar with that, right? Yes. Okay. So what is your favorite restaurant in Hyderabad? Paradise. Paradise, Pista House, whatever, Mahfil, whatever. So there is the kitchen. Okay. In the kitchen, what are the raw materials that are available? Rice. Biryani rice, chicken, everything, oil, spices, cashew, everything, right? Now, the cook, he has to prepare one biryani. Okay. 5 of your friends went to a restaurant and ordered one family pack. Right? Now he has to cook that. So what does he take? He takes little bit of everything that are available. So what are the things that are available? The entire items, that is the product backlog. Okay. He has to prepare one biryani. So he will take few items that are required for one biryani. Some amount of rice, maybe 2 kilos of rice, and spices and all. Okay. And then he cooks it and he delivers it to your table. Before you start eating, that is a working software. Done. Sprint backlog, product increment. Remember that? Remember biryani, you know the 3 artifacts. Product backlog, all the items in the kitchen that are required to prepare any item on the menu. Those are the items in the product backlog. You ordered biryani. He has took few items and delivered that biryani. Consider that he is working in one sprint. Within 1 hour is a one sprint. He has prepared your biryani and delivered it to you. That is the product increment. Done. So last 15 minutes, I will not go any further. Only questions. What was the question?
When would be
Can you please post your questions on the chat so that I can follow? I'm not able to hear you clearly. Could you explain once again 3 artifacts? Okay. Can you please tell about the product increment? Okay. Okay, I'll start taking up one question at a time. If you have any questions, please note your questions. Okay. I'll just erase this part. Okay. So I'll take a time frame. I'll take a time frame. Sprint 1, sprint 2, sprint 3 and all. Okay. So consider sprint is a certain duration of time for now, for your understanding for now. At the end of every sprint, we are delivering some work. Okay. Now, here, if you consider in real time some application, consider that at the end of the sprint, the development team has developed and delivered a login screen. The customer is able to log into the product. There is nothing after that. Okay. But they have completed a login screen. At the end of the next sprint, by the end of the next sprint, what they have delivered? They have delivered a home screen. Okay, where all the products are listed down. All the products are listed, like your OTT platform, all the movies are listed down. That they have delivered. Why is it called product increment? Because it increments the previous version of the product. Because it increments the previous version of the product. Here there is not only the home screen available, but also the login screen. Login screen plus home screen, it's here. Understood? It has two features now. Login screen plus home screen. In the next version of the software, they have added two movies that you can see or watch. Now this has login screen plus home screen plus two movies that you can watch. Okay. So that is the increment. At the end of every sprint, you are developing only one feature here, but you are integrating it with the existing features, and that is called the increment. Okay, that is the increment. Everyone following? So was a question about artifacts, product increment understood? What would be product, when would product backlog be completed? Did we answer this question already? We answered, right?
Yes, sir.
When the customer saying that the customer came, we agreed for a 1-year contract. The customer said all the high priority items in the first 6 months he got done. He's a stingy customer. After 3 months, he got all the bug fixes done. 9 months, close the project. Backlog is over, he will say. But in real time, that doesn't happen because the customer has to keep on increasing his business. He has to get more and more people. How will they come? If they see the same software, they will not be interested, his customers. They have to see new features. So that's why the business for us is recurring. You got this answer? Kumar, Guru Paran. 3 artifacts, please. What are the 3 artifacts?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
And product backlog, sprint backlog, and product increment. Okay. Next question. In example, you said inventory in kitchen is called product backlog, correct? Yes. The subset of the items that are there in the kitchen, 1 kg of rice, small amount of spices, dry fruits that is taking, that is the sprint backlog. A subset of the all items in the inventory. And on that is preparing the working software. Overview of roles. Someone is asking overview of roles. What are the 3 roles? Product owner, scrum master, and dev team. What is the product owner doing? He is giving the requirements. Scrum master?
One process.
What is the scrum master doing?
Helping the home
Telling
team.
the process to everyone.
Process.
And what is the team doing? Developing the
Developing.
Overview of roles. Got it. Sprint backlog. We have already talked about this. We answered that. Who are part of the dev team? I am not answering. The team is here is answering. Who are part of the dev team? Loudly. Developers. You are spoiling my image. Developers, testers, DevOps, whoever is required to deliver a working software. If we want to explain our manual project in interview, we want the topic, our roles, and important points that we have to explain to interviewer. Ask Anpurna ma'am, I'm out of this. This is out of scope. In one project, all modules are called as a product backlog, sir. In one project, all the modules together, yes, you can consider as a product backlog. because requirements related to each module is there in the product backlog. If we fail in the exam again, you have to register or pay money or else what we do. Why do you even think you will fail? Why do you even think you will fail in the exam? You have spent 6 hours here. If you remember 4 numbers, 4, 12, 3, 5 and biryani, you can pass the exam. If you are capable of remembering these 5 things, you can pass the exam. It's objective type questions. MCQ. Okay. Any other questions? Offline people, any other questions? No questions? No questions, anyone? All of you can go home and watch YouTube shorts. Please ask questions now. Some people already started watching. Any questions, anyone? Are we done?
Okay, thank you, sir.